26 flat, 29 flat, 26.9, 14-1, 45 seconds left, 17-6, 13-2, 13 flat, 16-4, 13-6, 30 seconds left, 12-9, 33.2, 18-5, 14-7, 13-1, 15 seconds left, 20 flat, 15 flat, 19-6, 18 flat, 13-6, 13-2. Drivers, your practice session has expired, please leave the stand. Next practice starts in 15 seconds. New drivers begin practice. Roger Same, Don Chambliss, Josh McCall, Ryan Campbell, Mike Hudson, 14-4, Ryan Johnson, 16 flat, 27.1, 25.7, 13-5, 13-4, 14-7, 16-2, 37.2, 13-4. 4 minutes left. Josh Huber, Matt Hoyt, 18-7, 31.6, 23.3, 13-5, 18-4, 15-9, 17-1, 13-3, 55.1, 13-7, 24.4, 18-3, 14-1, 13-6, 12-8. $25 flat, 13-6, 13-9, 17 flat, 22.2. 3 minutes left, 23.7, 37.6, 12-8, 15-1, 14-6, 15 flat, 16 flat, 118.3, 17-3, 13-4, 16-8, 22.2, 135.8, 23.3, 16-9, 13-9, 14-8, 17-3, 13-7, 14-7, 14 flat, 25.2, 15-7, 13 flat, 39.1, 2 minutes left, 16-7, 47.2, 14-9, 12-6, 13-7, 12-9, 18-9, 103.5, 15-3, 13-7, 13 flat, 27.5, 28.6, 15-2. 12-8, 14-6, 37.3, 23.1, 29.8, 17-8, 14-8, 18-4, 14-6, 17-6, 50.6, 15-6, 15 flat. 1 minute left. 13-6, 17-7, 14-1, 15 flat, 18-4, 45 seconds left. 16-2, 13-9, 12-9, 14-7, 13 flat, 46.7, 30 seconds left. 15-8, 15-7, 13-9, 12-8, 22.9, 14-6, 13-6, 16-6, 15 seconds left. 14-4, 15-1, 14 flat, 18 flat, 20.8, 20.5, 109.9, 15-8. Drivers, your practice session has expired, please leave the stand. Next practice starts in 15 seconds. New drivers begin practice. Tail whip. Seth Rhodes, Vince Lim, Leighton Lederer, Yoder. 14-1, 15-7, 17-7, 18-1, 18 flat. Matt Walls, 23.7, 16-5, 17-2, Chad 17-3. 4 minutes left. 14 flat, 30.4. 15-3, 17-6, 19-4, 14-9, 19-1, 14-4, 59.2, 14-8, 18-4, 13-9, 14-1, 13-8.
All right, last chance for sign-ups. Last chance. We're shutting them down. If you have not signed up, you will miss out.
13-5, 14-1, 16-3. 3 minutes left. 13-8, 17-3, 14 flat, 13-8, 13-6, 122.7, 13-8, 15-9, Josh McCall, 13-9, 14-5, 116.7, 15-2, Matt Hoyt, 14-3, 13-8, 15-8, 16 flat, 13-8, 16-8, 15-4, 14-5, 14-4, 38.7, 2 minutes left. 15-6. 14 flat. 15-6. 37.7. 13-9. 17-5. 14-5. 21.3. 16-4. 45.8. 15-8. 13-9. 13-8. 14-2. 14-2. 13-7. 16-4. 13-7. 15-8. 15-8. 14-1. 13-4. 113.9. 17-7. 17-1. 13-7. 1 minute left. 17-2. 16-7. 15-2. 45 seconds left. 15-1. 19-4. 13-9. 13-4. 15 flat.
All right, heat sheets are up
30
online.
seconds
You can scan a
15,
QR
9.
code underneath the TV there
14,
or look
3.
on your own. It's live.liverc.com. Search for
14,
PDX. Remember, when you get there,
25.2.
it always posts up the last race finish, so you have to go to
22.6.
new events or other events and then
15
pull up
seconds
this
left.
race.
13-8.
Let me know if there's any mistakes so we can get going right at 10 o'clock.
18-8. 15-1.
Oh, my God.
18-6.
Okay, got you.
47.1. 13-9. Drivers, your practice session has expired. Please leave the stand. Next practice starts in 15 seconds. New drivers begin practice. Vince Lim. Jeff Phelps. Woody Arthur. (15-4). 18 flat. 23.8. 14 flat. 14-6. 13-6. 14 flat. 13-8. 15-4. 13-6. 44 flat. 13-4. 17-6. 14 flat. 16-2. 13-5. 13-8. 15-4. 15-7. 13-8. 3 minutes left. 13-8. 19-5. 24.8.
So, yeah, I'm going to have
16-4. 15-4.
I'll call the first couple.
34.7. 15.9. 17.5. 13 flat. 15.6. 2 minutes left. 13.4. 16.1. 13.5. 16.8. 13.3. 15.5. 13.4. 107.8.
Okay, let's shut it.
13.6.
Let's go ahead
1
and
minute
shut it
left.
down. Shut it down.
14.7.
Shut it down. We're going to shut it down.
Controlled practice has stopped.
So we can get started racing. All right, so we will get started in just a few minutes. Novice will be up first. We'll have Mod to corner marshal novice. There are 3 of you. We'll need volunteers after novice and after short course. The rest of them, we should be okay. If you cannot corner, please find somebody to corner for you. So just like the last race here, the last one down at Salem, 2 quals, 2 mains. We'll take a half-hour break between the quals and the mains for lunch. So you go off the driver's stand, put your cars in the rack, get out to corner. Corner marshal positions will be somebody at the back corner. Actually, we need somebody at the dot there, somebody on the other side of the driver's stand, 1 here, 1 there on the corner. So 5, and then if we have extras, we'll put them on the far end. Point of emphasis here today with stock buggy. Since I started running stock, I've noticed it's a little rougher than mod. Mod tends to follow each other around the first few laps to make passes, and I noticed stock doesn't do that. So we're going to do a point of emphasis. If I see you take somebody out, I'm going to give you a stop and go. If you don't stop and go, we'll just delete that round. I just want to clean up stock. It's always been a rough one, but just start paying attention. If you hit somebody, don't keep going. Give them their spot back. It's that simple. Okay? Anything else? If you see something wrong with the track, let us know. We'll fix it. Roger's here. Dr. Duct Tape's in the house. And I appreciate all the guys from Salem coming up. This has been a awesome series. So looking forward to next week. We'll do awards next week too. So that'll be at RC Plus. We'll finish up there. They had a great layout last week. So looking forward to it, because then I don't have to work too. Eric has to work. So, okay, we'll go ahead and get started here in just a couple minutes. So novice, you can start making your way up. All right, so let's get our novices up here. Kenny's coming up. First round is Ifmar. We'll call you off. Let's get Jeremy across the line. Let's get our corners out here. There's one car stuck against Chad. That must be Jeremy.
Jeremy Smedley.
There's Jeremy. You just need Kenny to check in. Waiting on Kenny to come across.
Kenny Crawford.
All right, bring him around to the front straight. We need our corner marks from Mott out here. Who we missing? We need somebody on the other side of the driver's stand. Hudson can take the other side of the driver's stand. Brad, I don't know where you want to go. Yeah, why don't you stand next to him and you got one can take one side, one can take the other, something. All right, here we go as soon as Roger's ready. Roger, ready? All right, so Matt, it's going to go Matt, Jeremy, Kenny. So Matt, on the tone. Jeremy and Kenny. Here we go, round 3 of the Fresh Start Series. Round 4 at RC Plus next Saturday. And happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Day early.
After 30 seconds, the top
Alexander,
drivers are
what are
Matt
you doing
Hoyt,
for your
Jeremy
mother for
Smedley,
Mother's
and
Day?
Kenny Crawford.
What are you doing for your mother?
After 1 minute,
All right, so
left,
Jeremy
top
out
drivers are
front.
Jeremy Smedley,
Oh, now
Matt
Matt
Hoyt,
up to the
and Kenny
one.
Crawford.
So it's Matt, Kenny, Jeremy. Everybody's separated by less than a second. Oh. Matt just had his fast lap of 15.6.
After
Matt's
1 minute,
getting it
30
figured
seconds,
out.
the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Kenny Crawford, and
Yeah,
Jeremy
we will need
Smedley.
volunteers after this one because I think one of them is for sure is in 21.5. Also, and that's the next. Oh, no, short course is up next, but we'll need volunteers.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Kenny Crawford, and Jeremy Smedley.
All right, Matt is on a 15.416. Jeremy 14.414, and Kenny is on a 14.418.
After 2 minutes 30 seconds, the top drivers
That little
are
jump
Matt
back
Hoyt,
there, it's tricky.
Jeremy
Just try and
Smedley,
keep it
Kenny
right in the
Crawford.
middle of that jump. 120 left, 120 left. Jeremy just had his fast lap of 16.4. Getting it figured out. All right. 1 minute left, drivers. 1 minute. Matt, Jeremy, Kenny.
After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford.
.45 seconds left, 45.
45 seconds left.
Oh, I'll check that out. Okay. Thank you.
After 3 minutes 30 seconds, The top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley,
30
and Kenny
seconds
Crawford.
left.
$15 left.
All right, 5 seconds left. Keep going till she calls you done. This should be your last lap, everybody.
Matt Hoyt done.
There
Jeremy
we go.
Smedley done.
That's
All
everybody.
drivers are finished. Kenny Crawford
All
done.
right.
The race is
Get
completed.
right out the corner. Short course is next. Alexander, I'll have you take over.
All right. 13.5 short course is up. Looking for Mike, Vince, and Andy. Let's get a couple volunteer marshals out here, please. Couple volunteer marshals. Need someone up by me and someone at Karen. I think we'll be good after that. So 2 marshals.
Tail whip.
Let's get drivers across the line here.
SpongeBob.
All right, I got checks on everyone. Let's go ahead and get lined up on the straightaway. Order's going to go Mike, Vince, and Andy. Kevin, are we doing call-outs? Okay. Again, order's going to go Mike, Vince, and Andy. Let's get lined up on the straightaway. All right, drivers ready, marshals ready. Mike, on the tone, less than 5. Vince, Andy.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
All right, after the first 30 seconds, Mike's out in the 1, 18.412 is the pace. Vince 17.406, Andy 16.43, so all separated by about a lap right now.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
All right, Mike's still leading us around. Gap now between 1 and 2, 3.2 seconds. Between 2 and 3, 3.5 seconds. Mike now extending that lead to 4.0, 2:38 on the clock. Fast lap 13.474 out of Mike. Vince fast lap 14.121 and Andy fast lap 14.951.
After 1 minute 31 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
Mike now extending that lead 5.2 seconds is the gap last time by.
2 minutes left. After 2 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim,
1:55 on
and
the
SpongeBob.
clock. 1:35 now on the clock.
After 2 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
Vince now on the 1, Andy the 2. Looks like Mike tapped out.
One minute left. After 3 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Vince Lim, SpongeBob, and Tail Whip.
All right, 50 seconds on the clock.
45 seconds left.
40 seconds down. Vince out 17.410 is the pace. 16.409 out of Andy. Gap between 1 and 2, 11 seconds.
30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 32 seconds,
Andrew,
the top drivers are
fix the
Vince Lim,
music.
SpongeBob, and Tail Whip.
The music went off. It's on the phone there. 15 seconds.
Seconds left.
Can't figure it out. Bring it to me. 5 seconds. Just turn it on. All right. Keep going until she calls you done.
Vince Lim done.
All right, Vince, you are done.
All
And you are
drivers
done.
are
That is
finished.
a race. Drop your cars off. We're going to need a few
SpongeBob done.
volunteers for this next round.
The race is completed.
13.5 four-wheel drive Heat 1 is up.
Old guys drool. Fearless leader.
Caution
Chad
sweeper,
Kramer.
caution sweeper. Stay inside, stay inside, stay inside, stay
Devin.
inside. Clear.
Leighton Lederer. Tail Whip. Fred Williams.
All right, got checks on everyone. No speed, no speed. Straightaways closed, straightaways closed. I still need a few marshals out to the track, please. A few marshals out to the track. I need someone over at Karen, and I think I just need one more marshal. If I get one more marshal. If I get one more volunteer, I need someone over right here by Karen. All right. Again, order's going to go Kevin, Mike, Eric, Chad, Fred, Devon, and Leighton. What? Karen. At the pole, yep. All right. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. Call you out fast. Kevin, on the tone, less than 5. Mike, Eric, Chad, Fred, Devon, Leighton. Caution to Chad, clear.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Old Guys Drool, Tail Whip, and Chad Kramer.
Deep breaths, blink and breathe. Everyone keeping it pretty clean so far. We're 3:20 now. Eric lead us around. Chad in 2, Mike in 3, Leighton in the 4, Kevin in the 5, Devon in the 5, or in the 6, Fred in the 7. Three minutes on the clock. Caution on the infield. Caution on the infield.
After
Clear.
1 minute, 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Old Guys Drool, Chad Kramer, and Tail Whip.
Caution, Chad. Caution, Chad. Clear.
After 1 minute 30 seconds,
All
the top
right,
drivers
2:30
are
on
Old
the
Guys
clock.
Drool,
Eric leading
Chad
us around.
Kramer,
Gap between 1 and
Fearless
2,
Leader.
4.1 seconds. Between 2 and 3, 2.6 seconds. And between 3 and 4, 3.2 seconds. We got Eric still leading us around. Chad out on the 2. Kevin in 3. Mike in the 4. Leighton in the 5. Caution coming through that super section. That is clear. Caution after the off camber. Clear.
After 2 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Old Guys Drool, Chad Kramer, and Fearless Leader.
Caution on the off camber. Caution on the off camber. Clear. Caution on the wagon wheel. Caution wagon wheel. Clear. 1:34 on the clock now.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds.
Caution at Chad.
the top
Caution at
drivers are
Chad.
Old
Right in the
Guys
middle.
Drool,
Right in the middle. Right in the
Chad
middle. Right in the
Kramer, and Fearless Leader.
middle. Clear. Brad getting his steps in for the day. Caution sweeper. Clear. Caution sweeper. Stay wide. Stay wide. Stay wide. Stay wide. Clear. Caution at the wagon wheel. Caution at the wagon wheel. That is also clear. So Eric's still out in the 1. Chad now up to the 1. Eric in the 2. Kevin in the 3. Mike in the 4. Devon in the 5. Leighton in the 6. Fred in the 7.
Old Guys
55
Drool,
seconds on the clock.
and Fearless Leader.
Top 2 drivers both on a 17-lap pace right now.
45 seconds left.
Gap between 1 and 2, 3.5 seconds. Between 2 and 3, 12.7 seconds. So everyone's spaced out pretty far. You got 30 seconds
30
on the
seconds
clock.
left. After 3 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Chad Kramer,
Caution
Old
sweeper,
Guys
caution
Drool,
sweeper,
and
caution.
Fearless Leader.
Clear. Caution sweeper, caution sweeper.
15 seconds left. Fearless Leader done. Old Guys Drool done.
Keep going, keep going. Track's still alive.
Tail Whip done. Fred Williams done. Chad Kramer done. All drivers are finished.
All right, that's a race.
Devin
Drop
done.
your cars off. Get right back out to Marshall. Gonna have a 1-minute call for a track fix. 1-minute call for track fix. Where is the carpet coming up?
The race is completed. Dan Jefferson. Brian Marcroft.
All right,
Longjet.
13.5. 4-wheel drive is up. 1-minute
Josh
call.
McCall.
1-minute call for Jeff. He sure does. Anything for him. Wonderful. For the next 5 minutes. Okay. Reminder, everybody, if you do hit someone, to stop and wait for them to be fixed and be back on the track and give them their position back. All right. Let's get Ryan across the line. Let's get Jeff across the line.
Ryan Johnson.
Do I have a marshal at the other end of the driver's stand? Awesome. Thank you, Mike. All right, Jeff, across the line, please. All right.
Jeff Phelps.
All right. Order's going to go Jeff, Josh, Kenny, Dan, Brian, and Ryan. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. Jeff on the tone. Less than 5. Josh, Kenny, Dan, Brian, Ryan. Caution off camera. Caution off camera. Clear. Kevin, can you move that way? I can't see this corner here. Thanks. Caution at Chad.
After
Caution
30
at
seconds,
Chad.
the
Right in the middle.
top
Right in the middle.
drivers are
Right in the
Dan
middle.
Jefferson,
Clear.
Brian Marcroft, and launch it.
All right, after the first 45 seconds, we got Dan on the 1, Kenny on the 2, Brian 3, Josh on the 4, Ryan in the 5. 3:15 on the clock. Gap now out between 1 and 2.4 seconds, between 2 and 3.9 seconds. Everyone, the top 5 drivers, all within a second of each
Under
other
1
now.
left, the top drivers are Dan Jefferson, launch it, and Brian Marcroft.
Kenny goes out to the 1 now, Dan in the 2, Brian in 3, Josh in the 4, Ryan in the 5. Gap between 1 and 2, 1.2 seconds, between 2 and 3.4 seconds. Current pace 19.410, Dan 18.401, Brian 18.402, Josh 18.410, Ryan 16.401.
After 1 minute 31 seconds.
So Dan's
the top
still sitting,
drivers are
Dan out on the
Jefferson,
1, Dan
launch
sitting
it,
with a
and
TQ
Brian
pace of
Marcroft.
18.4 flat for the pace. Fast lap though goes to Kenny of a 12.872. Kenny, I saw a 12.7 yesterday. I think we can do that again.
After 2 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are launch it, Brian Marcroft.
12.5,
and
there we
Dan
go. That's what I
Jefferson.
wanted to see. All right, Kenny now at 19.412. So Kenny's setting that TQ pace right now. Dan 18.401, Brian 18.402, Josh 18.407, Ryan 17.413. Kenny so far the only one in the 12s. So he's got about 5/10 on the rest of the grid right now.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top
Kenny
drivers are
12.7
launch it,
last time by.
Dan Jefferson, and Brian Marcroft.
Dan's going 12.8 last time by. So far only 2 drivers now in the 12s.
One minute left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are launch it, Brian Marcroft, and Dan Jefferson.
Caution off camera, caution on the off camera, right in the middle, right in the middle. Clear. 45 seconds now on the clock. Kenny's still leading us around. Kenny out by a whole lap now.
45 seconds left.
4:11 is the pace. Gap between 1 and 2, 2.8 seconds. Between Brian now moving up to that 2 spot. Dan in the 3, Josh in the 4, Ryan in the 5. We got about 35 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds
Caution
left.
to Chad,
After
caution
3
to Chad.
minutes 31
Marshall to
seconds,
Chad, Marshall
the
to Chad.
top drivers are launch it,
25
Brian
seconds.
Marcroft, and Dan Jefferson. "15 seconds left.
Everyone's still live. Everyone's still live.
Dan Jefferson done. Ryan Johnson done. All drivers are finished.
All right,
Launch
that's a
it done.
race. Drop
Brian
your cars off, get
Markroft
right back
done.
out to Marshall.
The race is completed.
Four-wheel drive modified is up. Looking for Brad, Mike, Andy, and Matt. Kenny, nice job. It's only slightly embarrassing that you went faster in a stock car than I did in mod, but that's okay. I'll live. What? I know. It's so fragile.
SpongeBob.
All right. Need a marshal over at Karen, over at the Karen pole, please.
Brad Borneal. Matt Walls.
Caution, Chad. Caution, Chad. I need Mike to go across the line here.
Mike
There we go.
Hudson.
All right, got checks on everyone. Order's going to go Brad, Mike, Andy, and Matt. Let's get lined up on the straightaway. All right. Driver's ready. Marshall's ready. Brad, you will go on the tone, less than 5. Mike. Andy. Matt.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and Matt Walls.
So Brad out in the 1, Mike in the 2, Matt in the 3, Andy in the 4, 3:23 on the clock. Caution, Chad. Caution, Chad. I'd put it on the other side of the pipe,
After 1
or
minute,
on the other side of
the top
the
drivers
pole
are
so they
Brad
don't get hit.
Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
Just on the other side of the pole so they don't get hit. Yeah, perfect. All right, 2:50 on the clock. Brad leading us around gap between 1 and 2, 1.8 seconds. Between 2 and 3, 1.8 seconds as well. Everyone's spaced out by about 2 seconds right
After
now.
1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob. After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, SpongeBob, and Mike Hudson.
All right, 1:45 now on the clock. Brad still leads around gap between 1 and 2, 9.4 seconds now. Gap between 2 and 3.7 seconds. So Andy and Mike, that will be the battle to watch right now.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal,
Brad
SpongeBob,
2 laps
and Mike
up on the rest
Hudson.
of the grid. 19.412 is the pace. Mike and Andy both on 17.4 flats right now. Up next we 13.5 stadium truck.
One minute left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
Brad extending his lead to 11.8 seconds.
45 seconds left.
Fast lap out of Brad, 12.934.
30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob. 15 seconds left.
10 seconds on the clock.
Brad Borneal done. Mike Hudson done. All drivers are finished.
All right, that's the race. Drop your cars off. Get
done.
right back out to Marshall.
The race
Probably
is
will need
completed.
a volunteer or two for this next round. 13-5 Stadium Truck is up, looking for Dan, Eric, Mike, Vince, CJ, and Zach. Zach is not here yet, so I haven't heard from him yet today. I think he'll be coming in for mains. So
Dan Jefferson. Vince Lim. Old Guys Drool.
all right, again, I need
Tail
Marshall at Karen. Caution on the off-camber.
CJ
All right, I got
Bandito.
checks on everyone. No speed, no speed. Straightaways close, straightaways close. Order's going to go Dan, Eric, Mike, Vince, and CJ. Again, Dan, Eric, Mike, Vince, and CJ. Brad? I mean, I'm not that worried about it. You can leave him there if you want. Yeah, just leave him. Just leave him. All right, driver's ready. Marshall's ready. Dan, you will go on the tone. Less than 5. Hang on. Never mind. Okay. Driver's ready. Marshall's ready. Dan, on the tone. Less than 5. Eric. Mike. Vince. CJ. Caution off camera. Caution off camera. Caution on the off camera. Right in the middle. Right in the middle. Clear. You can tell Mike's serious. He didn't tail whip on that jump
After
section.
30 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jefferson, Old Guys Drool, and Vince Lim.
There we go. A little bit of something. 3:20 on the clock. Eric leading us around. Dan in the 2, Vince in 3, Mike in the 4, CJ in the 5. Hey, Kevin. When you get sick, can you follow? I need to go take some medication. 3 minutes on the clock. Dan leads us around. Vince in the
After
2,
1
Mike in the
minute
3, Eric in the 4,
left.
CJ in the
Top
5.
drivers are Dan
Caution at
Jefferson,
Karen. Caution
Vince
at Karen.
Lim,
Caution
and
get down
tail
straight.
whip.
Caution get down straight. .245 on the clock. Caution on the sweeper. Caution get down sweeper. Clear. 2:35 on the clock. Dan leads us around. Gap between 1 and 2, 5.3 seconds. Between 2 and 3, 2.0 seconds.
After 1
Between
minute,
3
30
and
seconds,
4.6
the
seconds.
top
Between 4
drivers
and 5,
are Dan
1.8
Jefferson,
seconds.
Vince Lim, and Old Guys Drool.
Current pace 18.407 out of Jefferson. Vince 17.408. Eric 17.413. Mike 16.403. CJ. Caution over at the RD booth. Stay inside through that sweeper section. Stay inside. Stay inside on the sweeper. Stay inside on the sweeper.
After 2 minutes left.
Marshall at
the
Karen.
top
Marshall at
drivers
Karen.
are Dan Jefferson, Vince Lim, and Old Guys Drool.
Stay inside on the sweeper here. We'll take care of that carpet after this race. I don't think it's going to stick. We'll just cut it. We can try tape. We can try it. So Eric out front, Micah 2, CJ Daniel.
After 2 minutes 31
Fast.
seconds.
How about Eric was
the
a
top drivers are
13.2,
old
Mike has
guys
a
Drool,
13.3,
Tail Whip,
CJ
and
has a
CJ
14.6,
Bandito.
Dan has a 13.5, Vince 13.8. Zach will be here hopefully for the next round.
One minute left. After 3 minutes 1 second.
All
the
right.
top drivers
1
are
minute
old
left.
guys Drool, Tail Whip, and Dan Jefferson.
Eric 17.409 is the pace. Mike with a 17.412.
45 seconds left.
Be curious when the TLR truck comes out, how that's going to do this class.
30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 31 seconds. The top
Yeah,
drivers
exactly.
are old guys Drool, Tail Whip,
It'll be called
and
the
Dan Jefferson.
TLR Double X truck. It'll be another 10 years before it comes out.
15 seconds left.
I just figured it took them 10 years to come out with it, so. When did the 22 come out? Let me look. Huh? Who's the current world champion? Dakota.
Old
I
guys
don't know.
Drool done. Dan Jefferson done.
Oh, nothing but
Slim
love
done.
for TLR.
Tail Whip done.
I loved the 22 when it came out. Waiting on CJ.
All drivers are finished. CJ Bandito done.
All right.
The race is
Let's go
completed.
ahead and tape this carpet down here. 1 sec. No laps, guys. No laps.
All right, go ahead and get checked in. Still need a
Braden
marshal
Edwards.
over by Karen. Again, if I get a marshal at Karen and a marshal in the middle. Two more marshals, two more marshals.
Track Daddy. Andrew Tuttle. Fred Williams. Seth Rhodes. Kenny Crawford.
Again, a marshal in the middle and a
Terry
marshal
Brown.
at Karen, please.
Yoder.
Again, I still need two marshals, two marshals. CJ, if I could have you go to the Karen pole here. Or the middle, by the the double there. All right, I got checks on everyone. No speed, no speed. Straightaways closed, straightaways closed. All right. Order's going to go Terry, Eric, Graydon, Andrew, Fred, Kenny, Seth, and Matt. Again, Terry, Eric, Graydon, Andrew, Fred, Kenny, Seth, and Matt. Going to call you guys out fairly fast. Drivers ready, marshals ready. On the tone, less than 5. Eric, Graydon, Andrew, Fred, Kenny, Seth, Matt. Caution on that off-camber, caution after the off-camber.
After 30
Caution
seconds,
after the hip, caution
top
after the
drivers are
hip. Don't
Track
hit Eric,
Daddy,
don't hit
Graydon
Eric. Stay
Edwards,
inside, stay
and
inside,
Yoder.
stay inside. Clear. Deep breaths, blink and breathe. All right, after the first 45 seconds, we have Matt out in the 1, Graydon in the 2, Terry in 3, Seth in the 4, Kenny in the 5. Kenny up to the 4 now, Matt in the 5, Fred in the 6, Eric in the 7, Andrew in the 8.
After 1 minute, 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Seth Rhodes.
Remember, consistency is what's most important out here. Light on the throttle. This is just qualifying, so don't worry about battling with someone. If they have pace, just let them by.
After 1 minute,
Prioritize
30
your line.
seconds, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Kenny Crawford.
Nicely done there. Caution on the off-camber. Caution, Chad. Caution after the wagon wheel. Caution after the wagon wheel. Clear.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Kenny Crawford.
Andrew, you're good. Andrew, you're good. He came up behind you. You were ahead.
After 2 minutes,
Caution to
31
Karen.
seconds,
Caution at
the
Karen.
top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Track Daddy.
All right, Graydon in the 1, Terry in the
1
2,
minute
Eric in the
left.
3, Seth
After
in the
3
4,
minutes,
Matt in the
1
5,
second,
Kenny in the 6,
the top
Andrew in the 7,
drivers
Fred
are
in the
Graydon
8.
Edwards, Terry Brown, and Track Daddy.
Andrew moving up to the 6 now. Kenny down to the 7, Fred in
45
the 8.
seconds left.
45 seconds on the clock.
Thirty
Matt now
seconds
in the
left.
hot
After
seat. He's
3
gotta pick
minutes,
up some pace
31
here.
seconds, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and
Tighten up
Track
that
Daddy.
line. Got to get on it a little bit. He's got 20 seconds on the clock.
"15 seconds left.
He's got some pressure behind him. That's going to be the closest battle to watch right now on the track.
Terry Brown done. Graydon Edwards done. Kenny Crawford done. Yoder done.
Caution, Chad.
Track
Caution,
Daddy
Chad.
done. Andrew Tuttle done. Fred Williams done. All drivers are finished.
All right, that's a race.
Seth Rhodes done.
Drop your cards off. Get
The
right
race is
back out to
completed.
Marshall. Stock Buggy Heat 1 is up.
Josh Huber.
What are you at right now?
Eric Rosen. Devin.
45-40, I think. What's up? Okay.
Robert Herrick. Woody Arthur.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You're actually really fast today for some reason. Like even when you're talking over the mic. I can't even understand what you're saying. Oh yeah, cracking bottle.
CJ Bandito.
Thank you. All right, got checks on everyone. No speed, straightaways closed, straightaways closed. Order's going to go CJ, Eric, Robert, Josh, Woody, and Devon. All right. Looks like I got checks on everyone. Marshals in all positions. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. CJ on the tone. In less than 5. Eric. Robert. Josh. Woody. Devon.
After 30
Caution,
seconds,
Chad. Caution,
the
Chad.
top drivers are Eric Rosen, CJ Bandito, and Woody Arthur.
All right, that's the first minute. Eric on the 1, Woody in the 2, CJ in the 3,
Rosen, Woody
Devon
Arthur,
in the
and
4,
CJ
Josh in the
Bandito.
5, Robert in the 6. .233 on the clock. Gap between 1 and 2, 1.6 seconds. Between 2 and 3, 1.0.
The top drivers
Between 3
are Eric
and 4,
Rosen,
5.6
Woody
seconds. So
Arthur,
the
and
1 and 2 is the
Bandito.
battle to watch right now. They're about a 1.5 seconds back now. Everyone else separated by a couple seconds here. We got 2:15 on the clock. Current pace 16.414. So Eric's about a lap up on the grid. Not too far off though from Woody though. Woody's only 0.9 seconds back now, so he is closing that gap. So your leader is the red, gray, and white car. If he comes up on you, please let him by. He has the race pace. So
the top drivers are Woody Arthur,
that will
Eric
be your
Rosen,
leader.
and
I
CJ
believe
Bandito.
the orange and white car is in the 2 spot. So if he comes up on you as well, let him by, unless you're Eric. So again, that red and white car is your leader. Please let him by. Thank you. Eric has gotten pretty fast in the past couple weeks. We'd like to see it.
After
Caution,
2
Karen.
minutes
Caution,
31
Karen.
seconds, the top drivers are Eric Rosen, Woody Arthur, and CJ Bandito.
And that is your leader. Please let him by. Eric now up to a 15-lap pace. Woody goes to the 1 now. Eric in the 2. CJ in the 3. Devon in the 4. Josh in
1
the
minute
5.
left. After
Robert
3
in the
minutes
6.
1 second, the top drivers are Eric Rosen, Woody Arthur, and
Still
CJ
55
Bandito.
seconds on the clock.
.45 seconds left.
Eric back out in the 1 now. Woody in the 2. CJ in the 3. Devon in the 4. Josh 5.
30
Robert in the 6.
seconds
30
left.
seconds
After
on the
3
clock.
minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Eric Rosen, Woody Arthur, and CJ Bandito. .15 seconds left.
Eric, the only one in the 13 so far. Leader getting hung up. We'll see if that affects anything.
CJ Bandito done.
Eric, you're still going. CJ's done.
Robert Herrick done. Eric Rosen done. Devin done.
So
Josh
Woody's going to
Huber
get
done.
this one.
All drivers are finished. Woody Arthur done. The race is completed.
All right, drop your cars off. Get right back out to Marshall. Heat 2 of 17.5 is up. Looking forward to Vince, Terry, Don, Brian, Chad, Graydon, and David.
Graydon Edwards. Chad Kramer. Terry Brown. Vince Lim. David Minner. Don Chambliss. Leighton Lederer.
All right, I
Campbell.
got checks on everyone. No speed, no speed. Straightaways closed, straightaways closed. Pretty close. Okay. Can you call us? I'll get my...
All right, corners are ready. Lineup's going to go Vince, Terry, Don, Brian, Chad, Graydon, David, and Leighton. I'm going to call you guys off fast. Here we go. Vince on the tone. Terry, Don, Brian, Chad, Graydon, David, and Leighton. There you go. Remember, qualifying, if someone comes up on you, let them go by. We need a corner marshal right up front here. Thank you, sir.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Vince Lim, Brian Campbell, and Graydon Edwards.
Don, you are not counting. Your transponder is not counting, Don.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Vince Lim, Graydon Edwards, and Brian
Okay,
Campbell.
Vince, Brian, Graydon, Terry, Leighton. Brent. Yeah.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Vince Lim, Brian Campbell, and Terry Brown.
All right, so Vince out front, 17.40. Brian in the 2, 17.407. Graydon, 17.407.
All right, 2:05 on the clock. Vince leading us around. Graydon out in the 2. Brian in 3, Terry in 4, David in the 5, Chad in the
2
6,
minutes
Leighton in the
left.
7.
2 minutes
Looks
1
like
second. The top
one tap
drivers
out
are
here.
Vince Lim, Graydon Edwards, and Brian Campbell.
.144 on the clock. So the orange and yellow car is in
After
the
2
2
minutes
spot. So if it
31
comes up on you,
seconds,
please let him
the
by.
top drivers are Vince Lim, Graydon Edwards, and Brian Campbell.
Thank you. Chad, you will have second place up on you in a sec. Again, that orange, yellow, and blue car is in second place, so please let him by.
1 minute left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Vince Lim, Graydon Edwards, and Terry Brown. 45 seconds left.
So Vince out in the 1, Terry in the 2, Brian in 3, Graydon in the 4, David in the 5, Chad in the 6, Leighton in the 7.
30
Don
seconds
the 8,
left. After
30
3
seconds
minutes
on the clock.
31 seconds, the top drivers are Vince Lim, Terry Brown, and Brian Campbell. "15 seconds left.
One second on the clock. Keep going until she calls you done. Keep going, keep going.
Terry Brown
Everyone's
done.
still alive. Terry, you are done.
Leighton Lederer done.
Leighton, you are done.
Brian Campbell done. Don Chambliss done. Chad
All
Kramer
right,
done.
that's a race.
David Minner done. Vince Lim
Drop
done.
your cars off, get right back
All
out to
drivers
Marshall.
are finished. Graydon Edwards done. The race is completed.
All right, stock buggy heat 3 is up. Fast sort guys here. Got Dan, Kenny, Josh, Kevin, Ryan, Mike, and Eric. What's that? Okay.
Launch it. Dan Jeppesen. Fearless leader. Tail
Yeah,
whip. Old guys drool. Josh McCall.
All right, I need a Marshall in the middle, please. Marshall in the middle.
Ryan Johnson.
All right, I got checks on everyone. No speed, no speed. Straightaways close, straightaways close. All right, order's going to go Dan, Kenny, Josh, Kevin, Ryan, Mike, and Eric. No Marshall at... No. Yeah. All right. What? Okay. I got it. All right, you guys good? All right. Order's going to go Dan, Kenny, Josh, Kevin, Ryan, Mike, and Eric. Drivers ready. Marshall's ready. Dan on the tone, less than 5. Kenny, Josh, Kevin, Ryan, Mike, Eric. Caution after the center jump. Clear. Caution Karen, clear.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Launch It, Dan Jeppesen,
Caution after off camber,
and
clear.
Old Guys Drool.
.3:15 on the clock. Kenny leading us around. Eric in the 2, Mike in the 3, Dan in the 4, Kevin in the 5, Josh in the 6, Ryan in the 7. Mike going up to the 2 now. Kenny still leading us around. Fast lap 12.782.
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Launch It, Tail Whip, and Old Guys Drool.
Caution off camber, caution at the off camber. Right in the middle, clear. Caution at right at camber, caution at camber, caution on the off camber, caution on the off camber.
The top drivers are Tail Whip, Old Guys Drool, and Launch It.
Caution after Chad, clear. .205 on the clock now.
2 minutes left. After 2 minutes, 1 second.
159. Eric leading us around gap between 1 and 2, 1.1 seconds between 2 and 3. 0.8 seconds now. Gaps are closing up at the top of the grid. Less than a second between 2 and 3. Less than a second between 1 and 2 as well. Everyone fairly spread out on the track, but lap times are all right there. Eric, you're going to have the second place on you if you can let him by.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are
125
Dan Jefferson,
on the clock.
Tail Whip, and Launch It.
Mike now out in the 1, Dan in the 2, Eric in the 3, Josh in the 4, Kenny in the 5, Kevin in the 6, Ryan in the 7. Kenny, they're the only one in the 12s. Caution at Karen, stay inside, clear.
1 minute left. After 3 minutes, 1 second.
55 seconds now on the clock.
The top drivers are Dan Jefferson, Tail Whip, and Old Guys Drool.
18:405 is the pace. Dan now out in the 1, Mike in the 2, Josh in the 3, Eric in the 4, Kenny 5, caution after Chad, clear.
45 seconds left.
Caution after the center feature, clear.
30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jefferson, Launch It, and Josh McCall.
20 seconds.
$15 seconds left.
Five seconds on the clock.
Dan Jefferson done. Fearless Leader done. Launch It done. Josh McCall done. Old Guys Drool done. Ryan Johnson done.
All right, just wait on Mike to go across the line here. Track's still live.
All drivers are finished.
All right, that's a race.
Tail Whip done. The race is completed.
Two-wheel drive modified is up.
Mike Hudson. Brad Borneo. Lil Putton. Austin Hudson. Roger Same. Matt Walls.
All right,
SpongeBob.
Everybody's checked in. Let's get our corner marshals out there. Looks like we're almost there. All right, no more speed, no more laps, no more speed, no more laps. It's going to go Roger, Brad, Alexander, Mike Hudson, Andy, Austin, and Matt. All right, here we go. I'm going to call you guys off real fast. Roger on the tone. Brad, Alexander, Mike, Andy, Austin, and Matt. We will go right into novice after this one with no breaks.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Lil Puttin, Brad Borneal, and Roger Same.
All right, so Brad takes over the 1, Roger the 2, Matt in the 3. Hudson up to the 3 now.
After 1 minute, 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Roger Same, Brad Borneal, and Mike Hudson.
All right, so Roger Sime takes the lead with that last lap, 13-0. 12-8 fast lap out of Brad Borneal. Alexander now up to the 3.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Roger Same, Brad Borneal, and Lil
Anybody
Puttin.
else want to hit Brad? So Roger in the 1, Brad in the 2, Alexander in the 3. Alexander's running my colors today. Waiting on his new body to be painted.
2 minutes left. After 2 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Roger Same, Brad Borneal, and Lil Puttin.
Fast lap of 12-8 still out of Brad. Alexander has a 13-0. Roger has a 13-0. Top 3 are separated by 1.5 seconds. Minute
After
30
2
left,
minutes,
drivers.
31
Minute 30.
seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Roger Same, and Lil Puttin.
Alexander just threw down a 12-8 that time by. That was his fast lap. So Borneal to the 1 now, 18.401. Roger 18.402. Alexander 18.403. Andy 16.401. So there is a definite first through third, and then the rest. So Brad is the multicolored pink with yellow wheels. Roger's red, white, and blue. Alexander's pink and yellow.
30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Lil Puttin, and Roger Same. Fifteen
seconds left. No! He just got up to the 2. And he just broke into 11 or 12.
Roger Same done.
Roger is done.
SpongeBob done. Lil Puttin done. Austin Hudson done. Brad Borneal done.
Waiting on Matt.
Mike Hudson done.
There we
All
go. That's the
finished.
race.
Matt Walls done.
So Brad takes the TQ 19.412, the only one with 19 lap run. Roger 18.401, Alexander 18.406.
The race is completed.
Let me do a quick resort and we'll go into round 2.
Kenny Crawford, Jeremy Smedley.
All right, let's get our mod corner marshals out here. We got a car down out there. Watch out on the straight. Ooh, on the sweeper. Watch out. One mistake. All right.
Matt Hoyt,
All right. They're all checked in. Line them up in the front straight. Oh, no. Is that just Pop Ball Cup? Let's get our corners out here. Let's save a couple of you. That should be enough corners. All right. It's going to go Matt, Jeremy, Kenny. Here we go. Matt, you're going to go on the tone. Hey, Brad. Okay, Matt, on the tone. Jeremy and Kenny. Make sure and check the lineups because they have changed for stock buggy and for 13.5 four-wheel. You might be in a
after 30
different heat.
seconds, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford.
We will need volunteers after this one. Although, short course, do you really need more than one corner marshal? They never crash. They're kind of like self-righting, too, most of the time. You
After
don't, yeah,
minutes
you
left,
never crash.
the top drivers are
SpongeBob
Matt
says he
Hoyt,
doesn't need a
Jeremy
corner. So
Smedley,
corner
and Kenny
marshals,
Crawford.
SpongeBob said he doesn't need a corner, so just if he crashes, don't worry about it. So Matt out front, 16-4-13.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford.
All right, so Matt, Jeremy, Kenny.
After 2 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford.
So May 21st, Wednesday, will be our first Lil Puddin' party. It's his birthday. So we're going to have some pudding cups. Alexander will be here. Maybe we'll make a
After 2
little
minutes,
like hat
31
for him, a
seconds,
birthday hat.
The top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford.
So the Lil Puddin' party, Wednesday the 21st. So Matt out front, 15-4-14 now. Fast have a 15-3 that time by.
1 minute left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Matt
Jeremy
Hoyt,
in the
Jeremy
2,
Smedley,
Kenny in the
and Kenny
3.
Crawford. "45 seconds left. "30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford. 15 seconds left. Matt Hoyt done.
All right, Matt's done.
Jeremy Smedley
Jeremy's done. And waiting on Kenny. Here comes Kenny. And oh boy, and Kenny is done.
All drivers are finished.
All
Kenny
right,
Crawford
short course is
done.
up now. Short course.
The race is completed.
Let's get some volunteer corners out here.
SpongeBob.
We got 2 corners.
Vince Lim.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's get Mike checked in.
Tail whip.
There we go. Okay, line them up. Vince, Andy, Mike. That should be good for corners. Thank you. We'll need volunteers after this one, too. Here we go. Vince on the tone. Andy. And Mike.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob. After 1 minute, 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Tail Whip, SpongeBob, and Vince Lim. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, SpongeBob, and Vince Lim.
All right, so Mike out in the 1, Andy in the 2, Vince in the 3.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob. After 2 minutes 30 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob. After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob. "45 seconds left.
All right, so Mike, 17,404. He's going to
30
take over
seconds left.
TQ.
31 seconds. The
He
top
holds on
drivers
to
are
it
Tail
here.
Whip,
Vince just
Lim,
had his
and
fast lap
SpongeBob.
of 14.2.
"15 seconds left.
15 seconds. Alexander. Five seconds. All right. She calls your name, you'll be done.
SpongeBob done.
SpongeBob done. No, I'm in the next one. I'm in the next one after this. I made the A sort.
Tail Whip done.
And
All drivers are finished.
Vince, there we go.
Vince Lim done.
We'll need a couple
race is
corner marshals
completed.
for this one. All right, there were some guys that broke out that are super fast in this heat, so you need to make sure if somebody comes up behind you, please let them go because it's a pretty big discrepancy in speed here.
Jeff Phelps. Tail Whip.
Thank you for the volunteer corners.
Devin.
Appreciate
Leighton
it very
Lederer.
much. Keeps the program running.
Josh McCall.
Oh, wait, I'm supposed to be in this one. Hey, Alexander, I'm in this one.
All right. I need Fred and Kevin to check in.
Fred Williams. Fearless
All right, no
leader.
speed, no speed. Straightaway is closed. Order's going to go Kevin, Mike, Josh, Devon, Fred, Leighton, and Jeff. All right. Driver's ready. Marshall's ready. Kevin on the tone, less than 5. Mike. Josh. Devon. Fred. Leighton. Jeff.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Josh McCall, and Jeff Phelps.
Caution sweeper, caution sweeper. Stay inside, stay inside, stay inside. Clear.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Fearless Leader, and Josh McCall.
It's crazy. I don't though. 2:45 on the clock. Mike leading us around. Jeff out in the 2, Kevin in 3, Josh in the 4, Leighton in the 5, Devon in 6, Fred in the 7. Fast lap 12.939 out of McCall. Gap between 1 and 2, 3.1 seconds. Between 2 and
After 1 minute, 31
3.3 seconds. The battle
the
to
top
watch right now
drivers are Tail
between
Whip,
Jeff
Phelps,
and Kevin.
Fearless Leader.
They are separated only by the clock, not their position on the track right now. 2:15 on the clock. McCall goes up to the 3. Caution to Karen, caution to Karen.
Two minutes left. After 2 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Fearless Leader, and Josh McCall.
All right, 1:50 on the clock now. Caution sweeper, or caution Chad, caution Chad.
After 2 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Fearless Leader, and Josh McCall.
All right, Mike out in the 1, Kevin in the 2, Josh in 3, Leighton in the 4, Devon in the 5, Fred in the 6.
One minute left. After 3 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Fearless Leader, and Josh McCall.
Caution Chad, caution Chad. Clear. 45 seconds now on the clock.
45 seconds left.
Mike now out in the 1, Kevin in the 2, Josh in the 3, Leighton in the 4, Devon in the 5, Fred in the 6. Mike putting some laps together out here.
30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 33 seconds,
Caution
the
on the
top
off camber.
drivers are
Clear.
Tail Whip, Fearless Leader, and Josh McCall. "15 seconds left.
Five seconds. Keep going, keep going.
Fearless Leader done. Tail Whip done. Josh McCall done.
Keep
Leighton
going, Coach
Lederer
Scalzi done. Josue and Devon
Devon
and
done.
Fred.
All drivers
All
are
right,
finished.
that's a race. Drop your cars off. Get
Fred
right
Williams
back out to
done.
Marshall.
The race is completed. Launch it. Dan Jefferson. Chad Kramer. Brian Marcroft. Ryan Johnson.
All right,
Old
I got
guys
checks
rule.
on everyone. Straightaway is going to be closed. Order is going to go Kenny, Dan, Brian, Chad, Eric, and Ryan. Again, Kenny, Dan, Brian, Chad, Eric, and Ryan. All right, I need one marshal over at Karen, one marshal at Karen, then we get started. All right. Yeah, we have. Flip the cars over when they go off. I don't know, that's what we've been doing all day. All right, whatever. Okay. Driver's ready, marshal's ready. Kenny, on the tone, less than 5. Dan. Brian. Chad. Eric. Ryan.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Launchett, and Old Guys Drool.
All right, first 30 seconds. Dan out in the 1, Kenny in the 2, Brian in the 3, Chad in the 4, Ryan in the 5, Eric in the 6. Gap between 1 and 2.3 seconds between 2 and 3. 1.5 seconds between 3 and 4. 0.4 seconds now between 5 and 6. 0.2 seconds.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are launched.
Caution getting
Dan
on that
Jeppesen
straightaway. Caution
and
getting on the
Brian
straightaway.
Marcroft.
That's clear. Caution over at Chad. Caution over at Chad. Clear. .236 on the clock. Dan leading us around, Kenny in the 2, Brian in the 3, Ryan 4,
After
Eric
1
5,
minute
Chad in
30
6.
seconds,
Gap between 1 and
the top
2.4
drivers
seconds
are
now.
Dan Jeppesen,
Between 2
Launchett,
and 3,
and Brian
4.9
Marcroft.
seconds. So a big discrepancy there between 2 and 3 and the rest of the grid here. Dan out 19.407, Kenny 19.407 as well. The gap between them is 0.2 seconds.
Two minutes after 2 minutes 1 second.
Gap
the top
between 3 and
drivers are
4
Dan
now,
Jeppesen,
2.7 seconds
Launchett,
between 4 and
and Brian
5.6
Marcroft.
seconds between 5 and 6, 5.7 seconds. So everyone fairly spread out except for 1 and 2 right now. That's going to be Dan and Kenny. So your yellow and white car and your yellow, purple, and orange car. Both of them got clean air right now.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Launchett, Dan
Caution
Jeppesen,
at Chad,
and
caution
Brian
at Chad.
Marcroft.
Stay inside, stay inside. Clear. .115 now on the clock. Caution the sweeper, caution after the sweeper. Clear.
1 minute left. After 3 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Launchett, Dan Jeppesen,
Kenny now out in
and
the
Old
1.
Guys Drool.
Dan still got a 4.5 second gap over the 3 spot right now.
45 seconds left.
44 seconds on the clock.
.30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 32 seconds, the top
25
drivers are
seconds now.
Launchett, Dan Jeppesen,
Kenny
and
still
Old
leading us
Guys
around.
Drool.
Dan in the 2, Eric in the 3, Ryan in the 4, Brian in the 5, Chad in the 6.
15 seconds left.
10 seconds. Caution after the off camber. Caution after the off camber. Everyone's still alive.
Launchett done. Chad Kramer done. Dan Jeppesen done. Brian Marcroft done. Old Guys Drool done. All drivers
All
are
right,
finished.
that's the race. Drop your cars
Ryan
off. Get right
Johnson
back
done.
out to Marshall.
The race is
Four-wheel drive
completed.
modified is up. Looking for Brad, Andy, Mike, and Matt. Almost. Almost. He got you on the left. He fumbled, but he had you by just a little bit. He had enough gap. Yeah.
Mike Hudson. Brad Borneal. SpongeBob. Matt Walls.
All right, you got checks on everyone. Straightaway is closed. All right. Order's going to go Brad, Andy, Mike, and Matt. I still need Marshall up by me, please. Marshall up by me. Someone, anyone. All right. Driver's ready, Marshall's ready. Brad on the tone, less than 5. Andy. Mike. Matt.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and Matt Walls. After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
2:55 on the clock. Brad leading us around. Mike in the 2, Andy in 3, Matt in the 4. .235 on the clock.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, SpongeBob, and Mike Hudson.
All right, 2 minutes on the clock.
2
Brad
minutes
leading us
left.
around. Andy in the 2,
top
Mike in the
drivers
3,
are
Matt
Brad
in the
Borneal,
4.
SpongeBob, and Mike Hudson.
Gap between 1 and 2, 9.4 seconds. Between 2 and 3, 0.3 seconds. Between 3 and 4, 7.7 seconds.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, SpongeBob, and Mike Hudson.
One minute on the
1
clock.
minute
Everyone's
left.
still
After 3 minutes
separated
1 second,
by a
the
couple
top
seconds here.
drivers are Brad Borneal, SpongeBob, and Mike Hudson. .45 seconds left.
40 seconds.
.30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
20 seconds.
15 seconds left. SpongeBob done. Brad Borneal done. Matt Walls done. All drivers are finished.
All right, that's a race.
Mike
Drop
Hudson
your cars
done.
off. Get right back out
The
to
race is
Marshall.
completed.
13.5 stadium truck is up. Probably gonna need a few volunteer marshals for this next one. I know how that goes. That's why I run. Yeah. 13-5 Stadium Truck. Drivers, go ahead and check in. Marshals out to the track.
Old Guys Drool. Tail Whip. Dan Jefferson. Vince Lim. CJ Bandito.
All right, I got checks on everyone. No speed, straightaways closed. Order's going to go Eric, Dan, Mike, CJ, and Vince. All right. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. Eric on the tone, less than 5. Dan, Mike, CJ, Vince.
After
Welcome
30
to the show,
seconds,
Zach.
The top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and Dan Jefferson.
.320 on the clock. Mike leading us around. Vince in the 2, Dan in 3, Eric in the 4, CJ in the 5. Gap between 1 and 2.4 seconds. Current pace 18.407. Vince 18.409. Dan 17.4 flat. Eric 17.406. CJ 17.414. Mike out in the 1. Caution over our Chad. Caution over our Chad. Right in the middle. Right in the middle. Right in the middle. Clear.
After 1 minute, 3 minutes left. The top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and Dan Jefferson.
All right, Vince out in the 1, Dan up to the 2, Eric in the 3, Mike in the 4, CJ in the 5. 2:50 on the clock.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Old Guys Drool, Dan Jefferson, and Vince Lim.
All right, 2:15 now on the clock. Dan leading us around 18.413 is the pace. Vince 17.403. Gap between 1 and 2, 1.3 seconds. Between 2 and 3, 1.6 seconds. Between 3 and 4, 1.7 seconds. Between 4 and 5, 5 seconds. 2 minutes on the clock.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Dan Jefferson, Vince Lim, and Tail Whip.
Caution on the off camber. Caution on the off camber. .135.
After 2 minutes 30 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jefferson, Vince Lim, and Tail Whip.
.115 on the clock. Up next, 21.5 two-wheel drive, 1 minute call. Dan leading us around. Mike in the 2, Vince in the 3, Eric in the 4, CJ in the 5.
After 3 minutes,
Everyone
the
fairly
top
spaced
drivers
out by
are
a
Dan
couple seconds
Jefferson,
here on the
Tail
grid.
Whip, and Vince Lim. .45 seconds left.
.30 seconds.
30 seconds After left. 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jefferson, Vince Lim, and Old Guys Drool.
20 seconds.
15 seconds left.
10 seconds.
Old Guys Drool done. Tail Whip done. Dan Jefferson done. Vince Lim done. All drivers are finished. CJ Bandito done. The race is completed.
All right, 21.5 is up. Just a reminder, if you do take someone out, please let them by. Or wait for them and then give them their position back. Do not bump and go. Well, it's fine if you do it. Caution straightaway, right in the middle, right in the middle, right in the middle. Clear.
Terry Brown. Graydon Edwards. Track Daddy. Seth Rhodes. Andrew Tuttle. Yoder. Kenny Crawford. Fred Williams.
All right, I got checks on everyone. No speed, straightaway is closed, Order's gonna go Graydon, Terry, Eric, Seth, Matt, Andrew, Kenny, and Fred. I need someone down the other end of the driver's stand, please. Sweep. All right, again, order's gonna go Graydon, Terry, Eric, Seth, Matt, Andrew, Kenny, and Fred. Gonna call you guys out pretty fast. Driver's ready. Marshall's ready on the tone, less than 5. Terry, Eric, Seth, Matt, Andrew, Kenny, Fred.
After 30 seconds, the
Deep
top
breaths,
drivers
blink
are
and
Graydon
breathe.
Edwards, Terry Brown, and Yoder.
Graydon out in the 1, Terry in the 2, Matt in the 3, Eric now up to the 3, Matt in the 4, 3:20 on the clock. Gap between 1 and 2, 1.6 seconds. Between 2 and 3, 2.8 seconds. Between 3 and 4, 0.8 seconds.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Track Daddy,
Marshall,
and Yoder.
Marshall. Graydon now in the 1, Eric in the 2, Terry in the 3, Andrew in the 4, Seth in the 5, Matt in the 6, Kenny in the 7, Fred in the 8. Straightaway, sweeper, right in the middle,
After
right in the middle,
1
clear.
minute 31 seconds, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Track Daddy,
Caution
and
at
Terry
Chad,
Brown.
caution at Chad, right in the middle, clear. Caution, sweeper. Stay wide, clear.
2 minutes left. After 2 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Track Daddy, Graydon Edwards, and Terry Brown.
Caution sweeper, stay wide. Clear.
After 2 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Track Daddy, Terry Brown, and Graydon Edwards.
.113 on the clock. 1 minute.
1 minute left. After 3 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Track Daddy, Graydon Edwards, and Terry Brown. 45 seconds left.
Close battle to watch between Matt and Andrew right now. Matt's got to keep it tight for the next 30 seconds. That is the battle right now on the grid.
After 3 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are
Those
Graydon
white and
Edwards,
yellow wheels
Track
really
Daddy,
working
and
for
Terry
him.
Brown.
Despite my judgment earlier this morning.
15 seconds left.
Five seconds.
Track Daddy done. Yoder done. Graydon Edwards done. Andrew Tuttle done. Seth Rhodes done.
All right, drop
Fred
your
Williams
cars
done.
off, get right back out to
Terry
Marshall.
Brown done.
Just wait on Kenny to go across the line. Kenny across the line. Track's still live, track's still live.
All drivers are finished. Kenny Crawford done. The race is completed.
All right, two-wheel drive stock buggy heat 1 is up. What? Yeah. Two-wheel drive 17.5 is up, looking for Eric, Leighton,
Josh
CJ,
Huber.
Devon, Josh, Robert, Don, and Zach.
Eric Rosen. Zach Marcinkiewicz. Don Chambliss. Devin. Leighton Lederer.
Caution sweeper right in the middle,
Robert
right in the middle.
Herrick.
Let's get Marshall out of the track, please. Marshall's out of the track. What's up? All right,
CJ
I got checks
Bandito.
on everyone. No speed, no speed. Straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed, straightaway is closed, straightaway is closed. Order's going to go Eric, Leighton, CJ, Devon, Josh, Robert, Don, and Zach. Dan, any chance I can get you to start this one for me real quick?
Get him like a 1 liter Pepsi bottle or something. All right. Eric, Leighton, CJ, Devin, Josh, Robert, Don, and Zach is the order. I'm going to call these out pretty quick, so be ready. Corner marshals ready, drivers ready. Eric on the tone. Leighton, CJ, Devin, Josh, Robert, Don, and Zach. Might have been too fast. All right, we'll let this shuffle up here real quick. You guys remember that if someone's faster than you, let them by. This is qualifying. Oh, double before the straight, clear.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Leighton Lederer, Zach
All
Marcinkiewicz,
right, after
and
30
Eric Rosen.
seconds, we have Leighton in the 1, Zach in the 2, Eric in the 3. Oh, Zach in the 2, Devin in the 3. 14.5 fast lap of the race out of Leighton. 14.4 out of Eric. Eric's getting fast.
After 1 minute,
3 minutes
the top
to go.
drivers
Zach
are
in the 1 now.
Marcinkiewicz,
Eric in the 2,
Eric
Leighton
Rosen,
in the
and Leighton
3.
Lederer.
Zach's moving up into the 11th spot. Leighton in the 12th spot overall. Oh, no. Didn't see what happened to Leighton. he crashed it out. So we got Eric in the 2 now. Oh, switch back in the front, clear. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Eric's in the 1, Zach in the 2, Leighton in the 3.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top
Devin
drivers
in the
are
4,
Eric
CJ
Rosen,
in the 5,
Zach
Don in the 6,
Marcinkiewicz,
Josh in the 7, and
Leighton
Robert in the
Lederer.
8. Eric is, Zach is up into the 11th spot again. Looks like Eric crashed on that one, dropped back down to the 15th spot. Fast lap of this race is a 14.3 out of Eric. Straight away, go inside, it's clear. Two minutes to go.
After 2 minutes left, the top
Eric
drivers
in the
are
1,
Eric
Leighton
Rosen,
in the 2,
Leighton
Zach
Lederer,
in the
and
3.
Zach Marcinkiewicz.
$14.2 out of Eric, still fast lap of the race. Two minutes in, or 1 minute and 35 seconds to go. Eric's in the 1, Leighton in the 2, Zach in the 3.
After 2 minutes 30
Eric
seconds,
is
the top
in the 12th
drivers are
spot
Eric
overall
Rosen,
now.
Leighton Lederer, and Zach
Oh, switch back in the
Marcinkiewicz.
front. All right, double before the straightaway. Clear. Oh, straightaway, right in the middle. Clear. Happy to help. Would you have to sit down or what? Why did it take so long?
Then I had to go put my battery in my car.
Sit down and pee.
Always.
After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Eric Rosen, Leighton Lederer, and CJ Bandito.
All right, 55 seconds on the clock. Eric leading us around, Leighton in the 2, CJ in the 3, Zach in the 4, Devon in the 5, Don in the 6, Robert in the 7, Josh in the 8.
Left.
Everyone's spaced out by quite a few seconds here.
After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Eric Rosen, Leighton Lederer, and CJ Bandito.
20 seconds on the clock.
15 seconds left.
10 seconds. Caution, Chad. Clear.
Robert Herrick done. Zach Marcinkiewicz done. Josh Huber done. Eric Rosen done. CJ Bandito done. Leighton Lederer done. All drivers are finished. Don Chambliss done. The race is completed.
All right, two-wheel drive stock buggy heat 2 is up.
Graydon Edwards. Fearless Leader. Brian Campbell. Chad Kramer. David Minner.
Looks like you get nervous too. You're overshooting things. Yeah. Okay.
Woody Arthur.
All right, I got checks on everyone. No speed, straightaways closed, You're up on the board. All right, order's gonna go Graydon, Brian, Kevin, David, Chad, and Woody. All right. Drivers ready, marshals ready. Graydon on the tone, less than 5. Brian, Kevin, David, Chad, Woody.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brian Campbell, fearless leader, and Graydon Edwards.
Caution the wag wheel. Clear.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are
Caution
Graydon
Chad,
Edwards,
caution Chad, caution Chad.
Kramer,
Right in the middle,
and
right in the middle, right in the middle,
Brian
right in the middle, right in the middle, right in the middle. Caution off camber, caution off camber. Right in the middle, right in the middle, right in the middle. Clear. So Gray now in the 1, Kevin in the 2, Chad in the 3, Woody in the 4, Brian in the 5. Looks like we have 2 drops.
After 1 minute 30 seconds,
Current pace is
the top
17.404
drivers are
out of
Graydon
Gray and
Edwards,
Kevin,
fearless leader, and
16.412.
Chad Kramer.
Gap between 1 and 2, 7.4 seconds. Caution off camber, right in the middle. Caution off camber, right in the middle. Clear. So far, the only one moving up positions is Graydon. He is looking to bump Terry Brown down to the 8 spot.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, fearless leader, and Brian Campbell.
Just go faster next round. 1:45 on the clock. Graydon now bumping Eric down as well. Hey, he's bumped you down too. He's going to be beating me here pretty soon too.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds,
He's going to beat
the
me
top
next time I
drivers
race
are
him.
Graydon Edwards,
Sure.
Brian Campbell, and Woody Arthur.
All right, Graydon still sitting in that 6th spot overall now. Again, he's the only one move up. .110 on the clock.
One minute left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Brian Campbell, and Chad Kramer. .45 seconds left. After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Brian Campbell, and Chad Kramer.
20 seconds.
15 seconds left. Graydon Edwards done. David Minner done. Brian Campbell done. Woody Arthur done. All drivers are finished. Chad
All right,
Kramer
that's
done.
the race. Drop your cars off. Get
The
right
race is
back out to
completed.
Marshall. Stock Buggy Heat 3 is up. Looking for Dan, Kenny, Josh, Mike, Vince, Eric, and Terry. Different Eric.
Dan Jefferson. Josh McCall. Old Guys Drool. Launch It. Tail Whip. Vince Lim. Terry Brown.
All right, got checks on everyone. No speed, no speed. Straightaways closed. Order again goes Dan, Kenny, Josh, Mike, Vince, Eric, and Terry. All right. Driver's ready. Marshall's ready. Dan on the tone, less than 5. Kenny. Josh. Mike. Vince. Eric. Terry. All right, after 30 seconds, we have Kenny on the 1, Dan on the 2, Josh on the 3, Mike on the 4, Eric 5, Vince on the 6, Terry on the 7.
Josh McCall.
Caution to Karen, caution to Karen.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Josh McCall, Longit, and Tail Whip.
Are you ready, Mod? 2:30 on the clock. Josh out on the 1, Kenny in the 2, Dan in 3, Mike in the 4. So Josh sitting 1 overall, taking that TQ spot right now. Just got to hold on to it for 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
Two minutes left. After 2 minutes, 1 second, the top drivers are Longit, Josh McCall, and Dan Jeppesen.
Yeah, so I don't think anyone can bump them out. You just bump them down. Yeah. 1:30 on the clock. Kenny now out in the 1, Josh in the 2, Dan in 3, Mike in the 4, Eric in 5, Vince in the 6, Terry in the 7, 12-5 is fast lap out of Kenny, 19:409 is the pace.
Josh McCall and Dan Jeppesen.
Everyone's separated by a couple seconds here. Close battle between Josh and Dan. That is 0.1 second is the battle. They are not together on the track, but they are together on the clock.
One minute left. After 3 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Longit, Josh McCall, and Dan Jeppesen.
Caution, Chad, clear.
45 seconds left.
45 seconds.
.30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Longit, Josh McCall, and Tail Whip. .15 seconds left.
Five seconds.
Josh McCall done. Dan Jeppesen done.
Keep
Longit
going,
done.
keep going.
Tail Whip done. Terry Brown done. Old Guys Drool done. All drivers are finished. Vince Lim done. The race is completed.
So if I could get Dan or Eric to come up and call the mod race. Dan or Eric? Eric, you want to call this? Okay. Oh, you can. Yeah. You want to call? That's great.
Fearless leader.
Here where the boss man sits. Guest RD in the house.
Roger same.
Waiting for our marshals too, please.
Mike Hudson.
If you were in that last one, come on back
Matt
out.
Walls.
Flip some cars.
Brad Borneal.
I do believe this is the last round of
SpongeBob.
qualifying. Going to do a half-hour lunch after this, I
Will
believe.
Hutton.
Hudson out there waiting for him to check in, get across the line, get a lap in.
Austin Hudson.
All right, looks like Austin's going to be ready. Line you guys up. We're going to call Brad, Roger, Alex, Andy, Austin, Mike, Matt, and Kevin. Marshals, be ready. Brad on the tone. Roger, Alex, Andy, Austin, Mike, Matt, Kevin. And they're off. Lap 1 underway. You're all looking for Brad's 19.412. TQ setting round 1.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Roger Same, and Lil Putton.
Right now, Roger and Brad better than TQ run. Roger with a 19.412, Brad with a 19.405. 1 second gap between the two. Alex taking over second now. He's on a 19.412.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Roger Same, and Lil Putton.
Brad with the fastest car out there with a 12.7. Roger hitting a 12.8 on that lap, trying to catch back up. He's now in second place. 1 second gap between first and second. That'll be Brad in the 1, Roger 2, Alex dropping to 3, Mike 4, Andy 5. Then it's Kevin, Matt, and Austin.
After 1 minute
1.5
30
down,
seconds,
2.5 to
the
go.
top drivers are Brad Borneal, Roger Same, and
Brad,
Lil Putton.
12.6 on that one. He's fast. Get out of his way. Where's he at? I'm losing him. There he is, coming on the straightaway. Your leader, Brad Borneal, 19.406. 6 seconds better than his own TQ. Then it's
Brad Borneal,
Alex
Lil Putton,
and Roger
Roger
battling
Same.
out for second place. Half a second gap between second and third. 1 minute, 45 seconds left in this one.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top
4.5
drivers are Brad
second
Borneal,
gap
Roger
between
Same,
first and
Lil
second.
Putton.
Brad has it. Roger second. Alexander third. Half a second gap between Roger and Alex. Where are they at? Where are they at? There they are.
1 minute left.
1 minute
After
to
3
go.
minutes, 2
Brad
seconds,
1,
the top
Roger
drivers are Brad
2,
Borneal, Roger Same,
Alex
and Lil Putton.
3. Then it's Kevin, Andy, Matt, Mike, and Austin.
"45 seconds left. "30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 32 seconds.
Roger
the top
back up to that
drivers are
19
Brad
lap
O'Neal, Roger
pace.
Singh, and Low
25
Puttin.
seconds left to go in this one.
15 seconds left.
Race him to the line. When she calls you done, you're done.
Lil Puttin done. SpongeBob done. Brad Borneal done.
Brad with a 12.5 last lap.
Roger Same done. Mike Hudson done.
Still waiting for
Fearless
2
Leader
more.
done. All drivers are finished.
That's a race. Brad
Austin
taking the
Hudson done.
win. Qual
Matt
2.
Walls done.
19.407. Roger with a 19.412. Better than TQ run. Alex 3rd. Kevin 4.
The race is completed.
Kevin, lunch? Half-hour lunch.
All right, it's 1:20 now, so we will start up at 10 till. 10 till. I'm setting up the mains. And yeah.
Jeremy Smedley. Kenny Crawford. Jeremy Smedley.
All right, mains are set up.
Brian Campbell. Chad Kramer. Kenny Jeremy Crawford. Smedley. Leighton 7. 15.5. 16.1. 20.4. 14.9. 17-4. 41.9. 17-5. 29.3. 15-1. 15-1. 17-4. 14-2. Mike Hudson. 103.3. 18-5. 21.5. 19-7. 41.8. 20.5. 18-7. 16-7. 47.6. Matt Hoyt. 58.9. 17-2. Fred Williams 16 flat. 24.6. 25 flat. 29.8. 33.5. 15-8. 18-1. 18-7. 18 flat. 14-6. 14-1. 14-8. 17-1. 19 flat. 20.7. 14-6. 29.4. 14-4. 18-6. 14-8. 21.1. 16 flat. 14-6. 107.4. 14-1. 20.1. 25.5. 14-6. 14-3. 25.3. 16-4. 14-6. 13-8. 19-2. 15-9. 16-1. 15-8. 19-1. 23.8. 15-3. 18 flat. 16-8. 'Josh Huber. 17 flat. 20.3. 30.8. 21.5. 17-4. 14-1. 116.8. 18.9. 18.8. 14.4. 48.5. 18.1. 13.9. 15.7. 14.8. 15.9. 24.2. 14.6. 16.4. 17.3. 14.1. 107.3. 115.1. 15.8. 30.8. 17.6. 55.6. 15.1. 18.9. Zach Marcinkiewicz. 14.6. 15.9. 109.5. 21 flat. 16.9. 19.9. 113.6. 18.8. 16.6. 18.2. 22.4. 19.6. Yoder. 18.4. Jeremy Smedley. 17.7. 17.8. 15.2. 17.5. 120.1. 21.7. 54.4. 15.7. 20.3. 27.2. 38.8. 16.7. 20.9. 15.7. 16.8. 16 flat. 17 flat. 15.7. 16.9. 15.3. 17 flat. 18.7. 15.6. 19.2. 33.6. 18.5. 18.2. 16.3. 33.3. 19.6. 19.2. 16.1. 19-9. 25.3. 16-6. 15-1. 21.7. 17-3. 15-9. 22.7. 21.7. 15-1. 18-2. 15-9. SpongeBob. $17.8. 22 flat. $15.8. 33.8. $15.8. 46.7. Seth 17-9. 19-6. 20.6. 59.9. 16-6. 19-2. 18-4. 14-9. 23.8. 16-6. 16-1. 16-2. 19-3. 24 flat. 16-6. 35.1. 26.4. 15-6. 19-9. 16-5. 15-8. 24.4. 15-5. 31.7. 15-2. 17-1. 15-6. 15-4. 15-2. 17-2. 14-9. 14-7. 18-1. 20.8. 18-4. 15-8. 15-6. 31.4. 16 flat. 36 flat. 14-9. 18-1. 15-2. 17-5. 14-7. 25 flat. 15-4. 104.1. 21.6. 14-7. 24.8. 15-4. 17-3. 15-6. 16-4. Jeff Phelps. 15-5. 15-4. 16 flat. 17-4. 29.7. 15-1. 13-3. 15-7. 14-1. 15-1. 25.8. 13-8. 19 flat. 13-2. 20.8. 16-5. 13-3. 15-5. 15-2. 15 flat. 15-2. 15-3. 13-5. 15 flat. 13-2. 16-7. 15-2. 14-1. Mike Hudson. 15-4. 15-5. 17 flat. 15-1. 15-4. 14-8. 13-3. 13-9. 16-1. 14-5. 13-5. 13-6. 16-4. 13-5. 13-7. 24.9. 13-9. 13-5. 13-4. 13-6. 26.1. 13-1. 13-3. 14-6. 13-7. 13-2. 14-6. 12-9. 14-1. 13 flat. 15 flat. 13-3. 13-2. 15-2. 30.8. 13-2. 13-4. Brian Campbell. 12-9. 50.1. 14-5. 15-2. 13-3. 14-3. 39.1. 37.7. 13-6. 17-5. 13-3. 21.2. 14 flat. 14-2. 18-2. 13-1. 16-4. 24.7. 13 flat. 14-3. 13-8. 13-5. 14-4. 14-4. 13 flat. 15-2. 27.2. 14-1. 13-5. 14 flat. 22.2. Josh McCall. 14-3. 13 flat. 12-7. 14-9. Mike Hudson. 13 flat. 16-4. 13-7. 14-4. 13-8. 21.6. 14-7. 12-6. 18-3. 14-2. 18-4. 14-3. 13-2. 33.7. 13-9.
All right, let's shut the track down. It's about
15-4.
time to get started here. Sorry, Ryan. This is your 2-minute call for novice. 2-minute call. All right, let's get our Mod Buggy guys out here to corner. Let's get our novices. I think you guys are already checked in because you're out here practicing. Corner marshals. Novice A main number 1. Corner marshals, please. Mod corner marshals to the track. Line them up, guys. Matt, Jeremy, Kenny. Matt, Jeremy, Kenny. We need somebody, Hudson, why don't you go on the other side of the driver's stand? There's one of you guys. Okay, Brad's got that. Okay, then Hudson, why don't you take the in the middle there? Yeah, on the other side over there, kind of by the cone and there. Okay, that'll do it. Okay, here we go. Drivers ready, corners ready, on the tone in less than 5. Here we go. First main. Short course is up next.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford. After 1 minute, 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford.
Yeah. All right, so Jeremy out front. He's on a 15-4-15. Kenny and Matt fell back now. You got 2:30 left.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Jeremy Smedley, Kenny Crawford, and Matt Hoyt.
He's young. He can do that, Hudson. I know. I'd need a nap after that, Leighton. Be like a towel and a nap. I know, that's about where I'm at right now, too. So Jeremy, 14-404, Matt 13-405. So Jeremy is on
Smedley,
a roll
Matt Hoyt,
here,
and Kenny Crawford.
getting this figured out. Kenny just had his fast lap of 16.3. Matt has a 14.8. Jeremy's on a 14.407. Matt's
After 2 minutes
6.7
31
back.
seconds,
Let's see what it is this
the
time
top
by.
drivers are Jeremy Smedley, Matt Hoyt, and Kenny Crawford.
Zach, your food's here. Still 6.3 seconds. Watch out, corner. Yeah.
1 minute left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford.
So Jeremy now in the 2. Had a long lap there.
45 seconds left.
We got 30 seconds left. Matt, Jeremy, Kenny.
30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford. "15 seconds left.
All right, finish your laps. You will be done.
Matt Hoyt done.
Matt
Kenny
takes
Crawford
the win.
done. All drivers are finished. Jeremy Smedley done. The race is completed.
All right. Short course is up now. Short course. I'm going to let Alexander take over here. I want to eat my lunch while it's still semi-warm.
Hey, at least they got here within an hour this time. All right. Best class of the day, short course. Only thing better would be mod short course. All right, gonna need some volunteer marshals for this next one. Getting a couple of volunteer marshals would be great. What?
Vince Lim.
That's right. No one marshaled
SpongeBob.
the yellow car. He said he doesn't need it.
Tail whip.
He's going to get up and run and get it himself. I think that's what he meant. All right, got checks on everyone. Let's get lined up on the straightaway. Order's going to go Mike, Vince, and Andy. All right. Driver's ready. Marshall's ready. On the tone.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
All right. Vince out with the 1, Mike in the 2, Andy in the 3, 25-14 is your pace.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Vince Lim, Tail Whip, and SpongeBob.
$3:30 on
After
the
1
clock.
minute
Vince out with
30
the 1, Mike in the 2,
seconds,
Andy in the
the
3.
top drivers are Vince Lim, Tail Whip, and SpongeBob.
Three minutes on the clock. Caution over at Karen.
3 minutes
After
left. 2 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob. After 2 minutes 31 seconds,
Mike leading us
the
around.
top
Vince the 2,
drivers
Andy in
are
the 3.
Tail
Everyone
Whip,
separated
Vince
by
Lim,
about a
and
lap.
SpongeBob. Two minutes after left. 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
1:55 on the clock. $1:45.
After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
$1:10 on the clock. Mike leading us around. Vince the 2, Andy in the 3. Andy's caught up. He's now on the same lap as Vince. Gap between them is 5 seconds.
1 minute left. After 4 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob. "45 seconds left.
$35 seconds.
30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 32 seconds, The top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob. 15 seconds
15
left.
seconds.
Vince Lim done. Tail Whip done.
All right, that's a race.
All
Drop your
drivers are
cars off.
finished.
Get right back out to
SpongeBob done.
Marshall.
The race is
13-5
completed.
four-wheel drive is up. We're going to need a few volunteer marshals for this next round. No leaning on the driver's stand. Graydon, why does my crawler keep ending up in weird positions over there? I don't recall touching it. I'm gonna turn the GoPro that way, just over my pit. All right, I'm gonna need some volunteers for this.
Jeff Phelps.
Again, some volunteer marshal would be great. Fred, that's not the fast line. It is a line, but it's not the fast line. All right, order's gonna go.
Fred Williams.
Leighton, Devon, Fred, and Jeff. Let's get checked in. Do I have a marshal at the other end of the driver's stand? No? Can I get someone to go to the other end of the driver's stand, please? I need 2 more marshals. 2 more marshals. 1 more marshal. 1 more marshal. 1 more. Anybody?
Graydon
Anybody?
Lederer.
Thank you, Graydon. All right. Just need Devon to go across the line. Just across the line. Almost. Is there just 3 of you? Oh, okay. All right. Never mind then. All right. Again, Leighton, Fred, and Jeff. Leighton, Fred, and Jeff. All right. Drivers ready. Marshall's ready. On the tone. Less than 5. Caution, Chad. Caution,
After
Chad.
30 seconds, the top drivers are Jeff
Broke.
Phelps, Leighton
Pull.
Lederer, and Fred
Pull it.
Williams.
All right, Jeff on the 1, Fred in the 2.
After
4
1
minutes
minute
left.
the top drivers are Jeff Phelps, Fred Williams, and Leighton Lederer.
This is definitely a race.
After 1 minute 31 seconds, the top drivers are Jeff Phelps, Fred Williams, and Leighton Lederer. 3 minutes
After
left. 2 minutes 1 second. The top drivers are Jeff Phelps, Fred Williams, and Leighton Lederer.
All right, 2:35 on the clock.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Jeff Phelps, Fred Williams, and Leighton Lederer. Two minutes
After
left. 3 minutes 1 second. The top drivers are O'Jeffrey, Fred Williams, and Leighton Lederer. O'Jeffrey. O'Jeffrey. After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are O'Jeffrey, Fred Williams, and Leighton Lederer. One minute left. After 4 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are O'Jeffrey, Fred Williams, and Leighton Lederer. "45 seconds left.
"30 seconds.
30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are O'Jeffrey, Fred Williams, and Leighton Lederer. "15 seconds left. Fred Williams done. O'Jeffrey done. The race is completed. Launch it. Dan Jefferson. Tail whip.
All right, I'm going to need a few volunteer marshals for this next round, please. Again, a few volunteer marshals.
Old Guys Drool. Chad Kramer. Josh McCall. Brian Marcroft. Ryan Johnson.
All right, I got checks on everyone. No speed, no speed. Okay.
All righty. Here we go. Kenny, Daniel, Mike, Marcroft, Walczyk, Ryan, Chad, and Josh. You can actually go past. Okay. Kenny, Daniel, Mike, Brian, Eric, Ryan, Chad, and Josh. Here we go. Drivers ready. Take it easy. On the tone in less than 5. Modify, or excuse me, 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Oh no, Kenny gets it wrong. That's good sportsmanship there. Lets the people go by. So Marcroft inherits the lead. Dan right there. Oh, two-wheeling it through that section. Dan's right there. Can't take advantage. There are a lot of places to bite you with
After
this
30
layout.
seconds,
Oh,
the
he got
top
that
drivers
wrong.
are
Dan,
Brian
Dan
Marcroft,
checks
Dan
up.
Jefferson, and
Nice
Old Guys
race out of
Drool.
that top four. No one doing anything stupid yet. Yet being the key word. Oh, yeah, Markroff lets him by. Made the mistake. So Dan to the 1. Markroft in the 2. Kenny Root. Nice pass out of Kenny. Goes inside. So now it's Dan and Kenny up front. Markroft and Walczyk.
The top drivers are Dan Jefferson, Longship,
Then it's quite a
and
ways
Brian
back.
Marcroft.
Oh, no. Dan gets it wrong. Dan's in the middle there. Somebody help him. That was our leader. So now Kenny Root gets it wrong again. So Walczyk to the 2 now. Marcroft, Mike Wynn, then Dan.
After 1 minute 30 seconds,
Uh-oh.
the top drivers are Longship,
Oh,
Old
no.
Guys Drool, and Brian Marcroft.
Who was that just tapped out? Walczyk. So now Marcroft up to the 2. Kenny Root in the 1. Dan behind Mike. We still got 3 minutes left of this. Dan goes inside of Mike.
After 2 minutes left,
Kenny
the
Root
top drivers are Longship,
looking in control
Brian
now.
Marcroft, and Dan Jefferson.
Fast lap a 12.9 out of Dan Jefferson. 12.952 out of Kenny Root. Somebody just went in the wall. Well, that was Josh McCall.
After 2 minutes 31
So
seconds,
who
the top
is
drivers are
in the
Longship,
2? Still
Brian
Marcroft and
Marcroft,
Dan now.
and Dan Jefferson.
Oh, our leader gets it wrong. That's going to tighten things up. One, two, three, four, five all together. Dan with a little tap. Mike checks up. Nice driving there. Marcroft taps out. So now Dan in the 2, Walczyk
2
in the
minutes
3.
left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Longship, Brian Marcroft,
Kenny
and Dan
Root
Jefferson.
leading us around. Fast have a 12.73 out of Kenny. X-Ray, Associated, TLR, or Associated. So Dan is 2.5 back with 1:30 left. There are lots of places for racers to make mistakes, so there's still plenty of time in this.
After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Longship, Dan Jefferson, and Old Guys Drool.
Dan with a racer's roll there. So let's watch Kenny Root goes through the rumble strips. Cross 2 rollers. Here comes around the sweeper. Through the off-camera section. He's got that off-camera section down.
1 minute left. After 4 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers
Kenny
are Longship,
Root, look out on
Dan
the straight.
Jefferson, and Tail Whip.
Dan taps out again. Oh, help him out. Somebody got to get... Whoa.
45 seconds left.
So it's Kenny,
30 seconds
Dan,
left.
Mike,
After 4
Eric,
minutes, 32
Brian,
seconds,
Chad,
the top
Josh,
drivers
and
are Longship,
Ryan.
Dan Jefferson, and Tail Whip. "15 seconds left.
McCall taps
Launch
out.
it done.
Watch out on the table.
Dan Jefferson done.
So Kenny Root takes the win. 3-second win.
Old Guys Drool done. Brian Marcroft
Daniel
done.
2, Eric the 3, Marcroft the
Chad
4.
Kramer done. Ryan Johnson done.
Waiting on, where's Mike Wynn?
Josh
Is
McCall
not
done.
finishing up. Mike Wynn.
All drivers are finished.
Okay, well, let's go Mike Wynn.
Tail whip done.
All right.
The race is completed.
All right, Alexander, you're up.
All right, let's go ahead and get drivers checked in. Dan, you should run 4 mod. It's like
Mike
stock,
Hudson.
but faster.
Brad Borneal.
Depends who's driving. It's faster off the line for drag racing. Plus, it's fun.
SpongeBob. Matt Walsh.
All right, I got checks on everyone. No speed, straightaways closed. Order's going to go Brad, Mike, Andy, Matt. Again, Brad, Mike, Andy, and Matt. Drivers ready. Marshall's ready. On the tone.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
All right, after the first minute here, we have Brad out on
After
the 1,
1
Andy
more
in the 2.
minutes left,
Mike
top
goes up to
drivers
the 2,
are Brad
Andy in the
Borneal,
3, Matt
Mike
in the
Hudson,
4.
and SpongeBob.
Fast lap 12.8 out of Brad. Gap between 1 and 2, 6.1 seconds. Between 2 and 3, 8.7 seconds. Between 3 and 4.4 seconds. So we got a battle at the back of the pack. Everyone else pretty far spread out right now.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
Everyone's still spread out. Brad extending his lead 8.4 seconds. Mike 9, now 6 seconds faster than Andy right now. Still a close battle between Andy and Matt. That's going to be 0.4 seconds. So that's going to be
After
the
2 minutes left,
red,
the
white,
top
and blue
drivers
car.
are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
the yellow, blue, and orange car. I guess there's 2 yellow, blue, and orange cars. The less blue one, if that helps anything. Close enough, that's...
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
It's not me, it's the car. I'm just hanging on for dear life. You'll have to try it one of these days.
2 minutes after 3 minutes 1 second. The top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
1:55 on the clock.
After 3
Caution,
minutes
Chad,
31
caution, Chad.
seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
.105 on the clock.
One minute left. After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Brad Borneal,
55
SpongeBob,
seconds.
and Matt Walls. 45 seconds left. .30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, SpongeBob, and Matt Walls.
20 seconds. Brad with a 28-second
15
lead right
seconds
now.
left.
Everyone else separated by about 2 or more seconds. Brad a second faster and for hot lap. Keep going until she calls you done.
Mike Hudson done. Brad Borneal done. SpongeBob done. All drivers are finished. Matt Walls done. The race is completed.
All right, drive your cars off, get right back out to Marshall. Stadium truck is up. Now featuring Zach, something, 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 last name.
Big cheese, bro.
Yeah. That's what you should change your nickname to.
I love it.
You got this, Eric.
Dan Jefferson.
We have a whole one viewer, I think, watching right now online. So I think we have a whole viewer online right now watching. So okay. I had
Zach
once that my
Marcinkiewicz.
girlfriend was watching the live stream just because I was RDing so she could comment things.
Vince Lim.
I wasn't even racing that day.
CJ Bandito. Tail whip. Old guys drool.
All right, I got checks on everyone. No speed, no speed. Straightaways closed. Zach, don't crash. Zach's never going to crash. He's going to run like 100% consistency. All right, order's going to go Dan, Eric, Mike, Vince, CJ, and Zach. All right. Let's go ahead and get lined up. Driver, Zach, what are you doing? Okay. Driver's ready. Marshall's ready. On the tone. All right, after the first 30 seconds, we got Dan out on the 1.
After 30
Eric
seconds,
in the 2,
the
Mike
top
in the
drivers
3,
are Dan Jefferson, Tail Whip,
CJ in the
and
4,
Old
Vince in the
Guys
5.
drool. After 1 minute,
4 minutes left.
the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Tail Whip, and Old Guys Drool.
All right, Dan Stilius around Mike in the 2, Eric in the 3, Vince in the 4, CJ in the 5, Zach in the 6. Caution off camber, caution on the off camber.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Tail Whip, and Old Guys Drool.
All right, everyone fairly spread out by about 5 seconds right now between each position.
After 2
minutes
minutes,
left.
the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Old Guys
Not
Drool,
a lot of tight
and
battles
Vince
going on
Lim.
right now. Caution after the off camber. That is clear.
After 2 minutes 30 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Old Guys Drool, and Vince Lim.
2:25 on the clock. $2:15 Dan leading us around, Eric in the 2, Vince in the 3, Mike in the 4, CJ in the 5, Zach in the 6. Everyone's still spaced out by about 5 seconds right now.
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Old Guys Drool, and Vince Lim. After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Vince Lim, and Old Guys Drool.
That's actually a competitive class. I'm thinking about building one too, just to have, but
1 minute left. After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Old Guys Drool, and Vince
55
Lim.
seconds, still everyone's spaced out. Yeah, I was gonna say, build, when you get his
45 seconds left.
car set, because I'm assuming he's not, just probably not gonna want to have him running mod. Build both the cars and put the exact same setup on both cars, so that way they're pretty much just a power difference, but
30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Old Guys Drool, and Vince Lim.
don't rush on a 4-wheel right now. I wouldn't rush on a 4-wheel ever.
15 seconds left.
Caution Karen, caution Karen. Yeah, I'm just waiting for an actual preset to come out before I
Zach Marcinkiewicz done. Old Guys Drool done. CJ Bandito done. Vince Lim done. Dan Jeppesen done. All drivers are finished. Tail Whip done.
All right, that's the race. Drop your cars off. Get right back out to
The
Marshall.
race is completed.
21.5 is up. Yeah, for me, it's like that car is so flat and does exactly what I need it to do when I need it to do it. His car, I'm like, oh, this is not working at all for me. So,
Graydon Edwards.
but yeah, so probably don't use my setup, but just find something that works for him and then build 2 of them.
Seth Rhodes.
Like Jeff didn't really want me running mod, but
Terry Brown. Andrew Tuttle. Kenny Crawford. Yoder. Track Daddy.
Stocks are most of the team drivers are at anyways. All right, just need Fred to go across the line here.
Fred Williams.
There we go. All right. Got checks on everyone. No speed. No speed. Straightaways closed. Order's going to go Graydon, Terry, Eric, Seth, Matt, Andrew, Kenny, and Fred. Do I have a marshal at the other end of the okay, I need someone in the middle. Again, if I could get, I think, one more marshal, please. I know. You're good. I'm not. Again, Josh, if I could get you over in the middle, please. Don't look too excited. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Again, Graydon, Terry, Eric, Seth, Matt, Andrew, Kenny, and Fred. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. On the tone.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are
All right,
Graydon
after the first 30
Edwards,
seconds,
Terry
Graydon on the
Brown,
1, Terry in
and
the 2,
Track
Eric in the
Daddy.
3, Seth in the 4, Andrew in the 5, Matt in the 6, Kenny in the 7, Fred in the 8. 4:22 on the clock. Everyone's spaced out by about half a second right now. Current pace out of Graydon is 25:02, Terry 25:05, Eric 19:503. Gap between 1 and 2.5 seconds.
After 1 minute, 4 minutes left, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Track Daddy.
Deep breaths, blink and breathe, blink and breathe. All right. 3:35 on the clock. Graydon on the 1, Terry in the 2. Eric in the 3, Seth in the 4, Andrew in the 5, Matt in
After
the
1
6, Kenny in
minute,
the 7,
30
Fred in
seconds,
the 8.
the top
3:30 on the
drivers are
clock.
Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown,
Caution,
and
Karen,
Track
caution,
Daddy.
Karen. Still got 5 minutes. Deep breaths. Keep it slow. Keep it consistent. So far, the only position change in battle really on the track is between Matt and
After 2
Matt and
left,
Andrew.
the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Seth Rhodes.
Andrew moves up to the 5 spot now. He is within striking distance of Seth. Caution on the sweeper section. Caution sweeper. Graydon and Terry also a battle to watch right now.
After 2
They are a
minutes,
little
31
over
seconds,
straightaway
the top
apart right now.
drivers
You
are
got
Graydon
about
Edwards,
4.4
Terry
second
Brown,
lead.
and Track Daddy.
Caution getting on the straight. Caution getting on the straight. That is clear. A little bit of a hang up there down the straightaway. We'll see where that puts people next time by.
2 minutes left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Track Daddy. After 3 minutes 32 seconds,
All right.
the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Track Daddy.
1:20 on the clock. Graydon now extending his lead to 9.9 seconds. Caution sweeper, stay inside, stay inside. That is clear. Caution off camber, caution on the off camber.
1 minute left. After 4 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Track Daddy. "45 seconds left.
45 seconds on the clock. Graydon now only with an 8.4 second lead over Terry. He's on 21.512. Terry 25.07. Eric 19.501. They are all spaced out
30
fairly
seconds
far
left.
right now. Caution at Karen, caution
After 4
at
minutes
Karen.
32 seconds, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Track Daddy.
20 seconds on the clock.
15 seconds left.
Deep breaths, blink and breathe. Nice and slow, nice and consistent. This
Seth
will
Rhodes
be it.
done.
Keep going until she calls you done.
Kenny Crawford done. Yoder done. Terry Brown done.
Nicely
Graydon
done,
Edwards
everybody.
done. Andrew Tuttle done.
Keep going, keep
Track
going.
Daddy
Track's still
done.
alive, track's still alive.
All drivers are finished. Fred Williams done. The race is completed.
All right, two-wheel drive stock buggy C-Main is up.
Josh Huber. Robert Herrick. Devin.
All right, let's get marshaled out of the track, please. Drivers, go ahead and get
Don
checked in.
Chambliss. Zach Marcinki Wicks.
All right, got checks on everyone. No speed, no speed. Straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. Order is going to go Zach, Devin, Don, Josh, and Robert. Again, Zach, Devon, Don, Josh, and Robert. All right. Drivers ready. Marshall's ready. On the tone.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Zach Marcinki Wicks, Robert Herrick, and Devin.
Caution in the middle, caution in the middle. All right, after the first 45 seconds, we got Zach out in the 1, Devon in the 2, Robert in 3, Don in 4, Josh in the 5, 4:15 on the clock. Zach out 19.508, gap between 1 and 2, 4.6 seconds. Caution off camber, caution on the off camber.
After 1 minute, 4 minutes left, the top drivers are Zach Marcinki Wicks, Robert Herrick, and Don Chambliss.
3:45 now on the clock. Kevin, are you in the next one? Okay. Can I even call the next one so I can get my car ready?
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top
3:30
drivers
on
are
the
Zach
clock.
Marcinkiewicz, Devin, and Robert Herrick.
Zach still leading us around. Gap now 6.2 seconds.
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Zach Marcinkiewicz, Devin, and Robert Herrick.
You're good. You're in the one, Zach. Caution straight away. Caution straight away.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Zach Marcinkiewicz, Devin, and Robert Herrick.
Caution on the off camber. Caution on the off camber. That is clear. 2:10 on the clock. Keep it tight. Keep it consistent. Nice and slow is going to be fast here.
2 minutes left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Zach Marcinkiewicz, Devin, and Robert Herrick.
.135 on the clock.
After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Devin, Zach Marcinkiewicz, and Robert Herrick.
Caution on the center. Caution in the center. Continue caution. Clear. 1:10 on the clock. Caution at Chad. Caution at Chad. Clear.
1 minute left.
Running
After
order is
4
Zach,
minutes 1
Devon,
second,
Robert,
the top
Don,
drivers
and
are Zach
Josh.
Marcinkiewicz, Devin, and Robert Herrick. .45 seconds left.
I tried.
30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Zach
25
Marcinkiewicz,
seconds.
Devin, and
We have
Don
about
Chambliss.
2 more laps.
.15 seconds left.
Battery in. Five seconds.
Robert Herrick done. Josh Huber done. Zach Marcinkiewicz done.
All righty, waiting on Don.
All drivers are finished.
And
Don
Devon.
Chambliss done.
Okay, here we go.
The race is completed.
B main. Stock buggy. Full 8 drivers in this one. Full 8.
Chad Kramer. Brian Campbell. Leighton Lederer. CJ Bandito. Woody Arthur. David Minner. Eric Rosen.
All right. Waiting on Ryan Johnson to check in. There we
Ryan
go.
Johnson.
Let's get them lined up. It's going to go Brian, David, Chad, Ryan, CJ, Eric, Woody, and Leighton. We need one more corner marshal up here by me and one in the middle. I need two more corners, please. He's got that. We need one by me. Okay. Perfect. By the dot over there, Don. By the dot. Perfection. Here we go. Drivers ready. Take it easy. If you hit somebody, please stop. Give them their position back. Here we go. On the tone in less than 5. Easy does it. There we go. Good start, guys. Next Saturday, we do it all over again. And awards. Looking forward to that. Got some cool
After
awards
30
coming.
seconds, the top drivers are Brian Campbell, Chad Kramer, and Ryan Johnson.
So Brian out front, Chad in the 2. Ryan the 3 right now. Minner's holding on there.
After 1 minute, 4 minutes left, the top drivers are Brian Campbell, Chad Kramer, and Ryan Johnson.
All right, so Campbell, 21.506 is his pace. Chad Kramer in the 2, 21.511.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brian Campbell, Chad Kramer, and Ryan Johnson.
Body's getting liquid masked as we speak.
Oh, good.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Chad Kramer, Brian Campbell, and Ryan
right.
Johnson.
All right, Chad Kramer to the lead now. Ryan falls back one. That's the battle up front right there, going across the sweeper. Through the off-camber section, across the roller, 1-2. Nose to tail. Oh no, Chad turns a little early and jumps a little late.
After 2 minutes
Puts
30
Brian
seconds,
back into the lead
the top
now. Let's
drivers
see if
are
Chad
Brian
can catch
Campbell,
up with him
Ryan
again.
Johnson, and Chad
Oh
Kramer.
boy. Ryan has a fast lap. He's in the 2 now of 13.6. Chad falls to the 3. Watch out in the middle.
Two minutes after left. 3 minutes 1 second. The top
yeah.
drivers are Brian
out
Campbell, Ryan Johnson,
Alexander.
and Chad Kramer.
All right. 1:45 on the clock. Brian out in the 1, Chad in the 2, Ryan 3, CJ in the 4. Leighton in the 5, Woody in the 6, Eric in the 7, Dave in the 8. Fast lap 13.6 out of Ryan.
After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Brian Campbell, Chad Kramer, and Ryan Johnson.
All right, everyone's separated by a couple seconds here. Close battle right now between Chad and Ryan. That is the battle to watch. Ryan trying to close that gap here. He's a little wide through the off-camber section. Curse of the RD catches it. You're
1
good.
minute
You're
left.
good. Just go
After
across.
4
Yeah.
minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Brian Campbell, Chad Kramer, and Ryan Johnson. "45 seconds left.
So Ryan's still sitting in that 3 spot. It's not over yet. It gets caught up in live traffic. You are good to go, Ryan. You do
30
not have to wait
seconds
for
left.
them.
After 4 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Brian
Yeah.
Campbell, Chad
Andrew.
Kramer, and Ryan Johnson.
Is the banner mess? Can you get the banner here? 15 seconds on the clock.
15 seconds left. Eric Rosen done. Chad Kramer done. Leighton Lederer done. Woody Arthur done. David Minner done.
Just
CJ
letting Brian go
Bandito
across
done.
the line here.
Ryan Johnson
That's
done.
a race. Drop
All
your cars
drivers
off.
are
Get right back
finished.
out to Marshall.
Brian Campbell done. The race is completed.
Yeah, I was struggling that back section because I can't see. But I'm also choosing to stand there, so that's kind of on me. Zach, you almost had that. You led for like 4 minutes. Yeah.
Launch it.
I don't remember, but yeah, you led it for like 4
Dan
minutes. and then-
Jefferson.
I'll stop. We gotta fix the banner for a second. Let's go ahead and get marshals out. No laps, no laps. Gotta fix the banner here. Just there, Andrew.
Graydon Edwards.
All right, go ahead and get checked in. Watch the sweeper though. All right.
Vince Lim. Old Guys Drool. Terry Brown. Tail Whip. Josh McCall.
All right, got checks on everyone. Let's go ahead and get lined up on the straightaway. Order is going to go Kenny, Josh, Dan, Mike, Eric, Vince, Graydon, and Terry. Again, Kenny, Josh, Dan, Mike, Eric, Vince, Graydon, and Terry. All right. Driver's ready. Marshall's ready on the tone. Here we go. Blink and breathe. Don't push the pace too early. Not going to win in the first lap or so. Let everyone kind of space out.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Launchett, Josh McCall, and Dan Jefferson.
All right, that's the first minute. We have Josh out in the 1, Dan in the 2, Mike in the 3, Kenny in the 4, Eric in the 5, Terry in the 6, Vince in the 7, Grade in the 8.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Josh McCall, Dan Jeppesen, and Launchit. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Josh McCall,
Everett now within a
Launchit,
tenth of a second. We
and
got
Dan
a bit of a
Jeppesen.
battle going on at the front. We got 1, 2, 3, and 4 all together through the off camber. Kenny tries to go inside on Josh. Josh not giving him that space. Kenny's looking inside. There he goes. Through goes Kenny. Josh down to the 2. Kenny rolls it. Dan off the wall on the sweeper. Straight away. Stay inside. Clear. So McCall looks like they've got through that. Mike going through as well, so that's put them out in the 1 and 2. Kenny in the 3, Eric up to the 4, Dan in the 5. Dan rolls it over. That's put Terry up to the 5. Dan falls all the way back. Blink and breathe, deep breaths. You still got 2 minutes, 30 seconds to make something happen here.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Josh McCall, and Launchit.
Caution on the off camber, caution on the off camber. Caution on the off camber, caution at the
2
off
minutes
camber.
left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Launchit, and Old Guys Drool.
McCall still leading us around. Eric up in the Eric in the 4 now. Mike in the 2. Josh in the 3. Kenny leading us around here. Josh not too far back. Caution sweeper, caution sweeper. Caution after the sweeper, caution after the sweeper. That is clear.
After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Launchit, Tail Whip, and Josh McCall.
Caution at the hip, caution at the hip. That is clear. Caution in the center, caution in the center, caution right in the middle at Karen, caution in the middle at Karen. Clear.
1 minute left. After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Launchit, Tail Whip, and Josh McCall. "45 seconds left.
Thirty seconds.
30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Launchit, Tail Whip, and Josh McCall.
Caution after the off camber, caution after the off camber. 20 seconds on the clock.
15 seconds left.
Eight seconds. Get one more. It is not over
Dan
yet.
Jeppesen done. Josh McCall done. Tail Whip done.
Caution Chad, caution Chad, caution Chad.
Old Guys Drool done.
Clear.
Launchit done. Terry Brown done. Vince Lim done.
We are going to need someone to call the
drivers
mod
are
race so we can
finished.
get a volunteer. Thank you.
Graydon Edwards done. The race is completed.
Good race. Kenny Root. Josh McCall going at it. 2 mod. Get those engines running. Tires warmed up. Get you a couple laps in. Marshals. Get to your spots.
Brad Borneal, Matt Walls, Lil Putton, Fearless Leader, Austin Hudson, Roger Same, Mike Hudson, SpongeBob.
We got to check it all of our racers. Looks like we got an end one and end of the driver's stand. End of the driver's stand. Find my mouse. Graydon, can we get you to go to the end of the driver's stand? We got Terry right here checking out on them guys right there in that corner. All right, tires warmed up, engines warmed up. We're going to close it down. No more speed down the straight of way. We're going to line you up. We're going to put Brad in the 1, Roger 2, Alexander in the 3. Then it's SpongeBob 4, Austin 5, Kevin 6, Mike 7, Matt 8. Looks like a nice lineup. Marshals look ready. Quick, fast, and hurry. Flip some cars over. Watch corner, not the race. Racers going live. Lesson 5. Oh, Kevin and Austin getting tangled up. Brad, Roger, and Alexander all sticking to each other's bumpers, coming down the straightaway through the sweeper.
After 30 seconds,
Watch
the
out on the
top
off
drivers
camber.
are Brad Borneal,
Clear
Roger
when you get
Same,
there.
and Lil Putton.
Oh, Alexander with a little boggle. Roger with some breathing room, trying to catch Brad. Coming up on 1 minute down on this one. Whole lot of racing left. Roger hits the fastest lap, 12.9 on that one.
Minutes left. The top drivers are Brad Borneal,
Brad
Roger
trying to stay
Same,
ahead with a
and Lil
13
Putton.
flat. Roger with a 13.4. Brad with a 13.2.
After
1.5
1 minute
minutes
30
into
seconds,
this one.
the top drivers are Brad Borneal,
Alexander
Roger
with a
Same,
12.8
and
trying
Lil
to catch
Putton.
some leaders. He's 3.2 seconds behind Brad. Roger's 1.5 seconds behind Brad. Then it's Matt, Mike, Kevin, Andy, and Austin. Your race order. 2 down, 3 to go. Brad hitting his fastest
3
right there with a
minutes
12.9.
left. The
Backs
top
it up with a
drivers are Brad
13.2. Got
Borneal,
Roger,
Roger Same, and Lil
1.2
Putton.
seconds behind him. Then it's Alexander. .4 seconds behind Roger. Trying to do my math. Slow. Coming up on halfway through this one. Brad still your leader. 23 laps pace out of him. Roger just jumped into the 23 lap pace too. 1.6
After
seconds
2 minutes
behind
31
Brad.
seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Roger Same, and Lil Putton.
Where's he at? There he is. Watch out after the roller. Clear when you get there.
2 minutes left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Roger Same, and Lil Putton.
Brad with a 2-second lead now over Roger. Alexander dropping 4 seconds behind Roger. Then it's Matt, Austin, Andy, Mike, and Kevin.
After 3 minutes
Clear.
31 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Roger Same, and Lil Putton.
Brad on a 23.504, Roger on a 23.506. Alexander hitting his fastest lap right there, 12.8 out
1
of
minute
him,
left.
trying to catch
After
up to the
4
leaders.
minutes 1 second.
1
the
minute
top
left.
drivers are Brad Borneal,
1 minute
Roger
left,
Same,
racers.
and Lil Putton.
Woo! Alexander getting faster with a 12.5. He got the fastest car out there right now. Trying to catch
45
them leaders with
seconds
45 seconds left. Brad on a 23, Roger on a 23. Alexander just got into the 20. Oh, on his lid. See if that hurts him. Yes, it did. Going to drop him down to the 22 lap pace.
30 seconds left. After
You
4
heard the
minutes
lady,
32
30
seconds,
seconds left
the
to go
top
in this
drivers are
one.
Brad Borneal, Roger Same, and Lil Putton.
Brad, Roger, 2.8 seconds behind Brad. Alexander holding strong in third. Matt, 4.
15 seconds
Mike,
left.
5. Austin, Kevin, and Andy rounding out your order. Going to go right into novice. Novice drivers, get your cars ready.
Austin Hudson done. Brad
There's the
Borneal
checkered
done.
flag. You hear
Lil
your
Puttin
name,
done.
you're done.
Matt Walls done.
Just waiting for Andy.
Fearless Leader done.
That's a race.
Mike Hudson done. Roger Same done. All drivers are finished.
Brad with a
SpongeBob done.
23.503. Roger with a 23.506. Alexander with the fastest car out there with a 12.5.
The race is completed.
Try not to mimic old Scotty though.
Just take a couple minute break here. Just like a 2 minute break, 2-3 minute break.
All right, novice A2 is up. Looking for Matt, Jeremy, and Kenny. So Maud Marshall's out to the track to Marshall. Maud Marshall's out to the track.
Matt Hoyt. Jeremy Smedley.
Yeah, Roger, I had a 91 on that one. Yeah, that won't do it. Yeah. Yeah, you ran 97 again, and that was. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you and
Kenny
Brad
Crawford.
were so close, and. Yeah. Yeah. I changed the front shock set. I stood my shock set a little bit more so I can carry it a little bit harder into the sweeper. So I can carry a ton of speed through there. I just gotta. Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't. Yeah, it won't roll anymore. So that's good. But all right. Order is Matt, Jeremy, and Kenny. Think we'll be good with these mountain marshals? Yeah. All right. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. On the tone. Here we go.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Jeremy Smedley, Matt Hoyt, and Kenny Crawford.
What?
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Jeremy Smedley, Matt Hoyt, and Kenny Crawford. After 1 minute 31 seconds, the top drivers are Jeremy Smedley, Matt Hoyt, and Kenny Crawford.
I've got.
2 minutes left. After 2 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Jeremy Smedley, Matt Hoyt, and Kenny Crawford.
All right, Matt out in the 1, Jeremy in the 2, Kenny in the 3. Gap between 1 and 2, 0.9 seconds between 2 and 3, 14.4 seconds.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford. One minute left. After 3 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford.
50 seconds on the clock. What? Oh, there you go. I should message Tony.
45 seconds left.
Good stuff. He said that I should be on the team. 35 seconds.
30 seconds left. After 3 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Matt Hoyt, Jeremy Smedley, and Kenny Crawford.
That's cool.
15 seconds left.
Granted, it was 91% consistency, so that's. I made the setup really loose so that I can just slide it through, so I can stay on throttle like the. Yeah. I don't.
Jeremy Smedley done. Kenny Crawford done.
All right,
drivers
that's a
are
race.
finished. Matt Hoyt done. The race is completed.
You can do bigger tail whips. It does look better. Stadium truck is one of my favorites. I'm really good at it. Yeah. Well, every time Zach's here, I always borrow his stadium truck and run it. Whenever Zach's here, I drive his stadium truck. I love stadium. It's like my favorite thing. But 13.5 short course is up. Looking for Mike, Vince, and Andy. Why would we do both? I used to have one set of electronics I just moved between because they're both 13.5. So I just move them back and forth. Yeah.
Vince Lim.
All right, let's go ahead and get drivers checked in here. Yeah, same truck, and it's really easy. Like, it's like driving a buggy with training wheels on. Setting them up is a little weird, but once you get them dialed, they're super comfortable to drive.
Tail whip. SpongeBob.
All right, got checks on everyone. Let's go ahead and get lined up on the straightaway. I'm on a 3-round third place streak. I'm consistently in third place in short course, stock, and mod. All right, drivers ready. Marshall's ready on the tone, less than 5. Yeah. Well, remember when Chad false started everybody? Yeah. I was up here, so I didn't fall for it. But... Yeah, I
After
started
30
running.
seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
Everyone has to wear a transponder and run laps. All right. After the first 40 seconds, Mike's out in the 1, Vince in the 2, Andy in the 3. Current pace 21.507. Gap between 1 and 2, 2.0. Gap between 2 and 1.3 seconds. Everyone's about within 5/10 of each other in terms of fast lap right now. As this race progresses, I think everyone will kind of start to spread out.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
When do you get your vision chassis? Oh yeah. Yeah, he never sent me a contract. Yeah, but I've gotten over $1,000 in free stuff from him. So. Yeah, I also do work for Jeff. Do work for him, so that's why I don't pay for things.
After 1 minute 31 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
It's pretty good. I don't know what I did. It was just springs I had in my...
3 minutes
left.
After 2 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
Yeah, I just kind of guessed. And I literally, when I texted you, the 2 changes I made, I went to purple fronts, and I put shims on my steering rack. I have not changed a single thing since I built it. But yeah, I'll get that for you. Yeah, I mean,
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
Makes me look good. All right, 2:15 on the clock. Mike still leads around. Vince in the 2, Andy in the 3. Yeah, I didn't actually set the car up. I just kind of put parts on it and was like, okay, it's a car now. I tuned it. I spent
2 minutes after 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
I just guessed. I was on the mod car. I just kind of had an idea in my head of what I wanted it to be, and so I just kind of built it out of my directions in my head. I mean, I did that for someone's short course. I built it. I didn't even look at the instructions. I just built it out what I thought would work in my head, and it ended up being really fast. So. 1:33 on the clock.
After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip,
1:25.
Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
I already put him in. I don't even know. 1:05 on the clock.
1 minute left. After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
I'm gonna get one that says Vision Racing.
45
PDX,
seconds
and then
left.
myself. Just a name tag. 35 seconds on the clock. I'd want J-Con.
30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Tail Whip, Vince Lim, and SpongeBob.
If I had to, I'm happy with Vision for I don't want an associated sponsor. Because I want to be able to run Jeff stuff. And
15 seconds left.
I get the rest of it through Kevin. So it would really just be like, I want an electronic sponsor and tires. But because I already have a chassis sponsor. So 3 seconds. Yeah,
Vince Lim done.
I don't think I could get Reedy. I could maybe get King Powers. I thought.
SpongeBob done.
Oh yeah.
All drivers are finished. Tail Whip done. The race is completed.
I don't know. I don't really need it right now. So, and I'd have to convert all of my cars, and that's. Yeah. All right. 13.5 4-wheel drive is up. Yeah. I've been to that track a couple times. It's cool. It's not as nice as ours, but in terms of carpet, their facility is really nice, but their carpet quality is not great. But I haven't ever driven. I've been to NorCal 3 times, I think. But
Dan
I've
Jefferson.
never raced there. Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. They're really fast.
Tail Whip.
Yeah, I want to go.
Josh
race in
McCall.
NorCal, but every time I've flown down there, it's been too much of a hassle to bring my stuff, and I never know if I'm actually going to make it to the track in time.
Ryan Johnson.
But I'm hoping maybe July.
Chad Kramer.
I'll bring like my
Old
mod
Guys
car down or
Drool.
something.
Oh Jeffrey.
Yeah. Yeah, and just see. Or I'd honestly probably bring my stock car just because that way there's actually people to race with. Kenny, are you gonna make this? 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. All right. Marshals, I need
Marcroft.
marshals out to the track, please. Let's get some volunteers out here. Let's get some maybe stock buggy guys or something. We have 2 marshals so far, so I'm gonna need a couple volunteers. Corners, corners, corners. I need someone out the other end of the driver's stand, please. Someone at the other end of the driver's stand. Thank you. And one more in the middle. Can I get one more marshal in the middle? Some. Lineup's going to go Kenny, Dan, Mike, Brian, Eric, Ryan, Chad, Josh, and Jeff. Whoa, broke. Again, Kenny, Dan, Mike, Brian, Eric, Ryan, Chad, Josh, and Jeff. Hey Kevin, if you are doing orders, I just sold the last B6 hinge pin set. I just sold the last
Launch
B6
it.
hinge pin set if you're doing orders. All right, drivers ready. Marshall's ready on the tone. Here we go.
After 30 seconds, the
Dan
top
and Mike
drivers
both
are
throwing out
launched.
12.8s
Dan
on their
Jefferson
second lap.
and tail whip.
Leaders getting out ahead a little bit. We got Kenny, Dan, Mike, followed up by Eric, Ryan, and Jeff. Following them would be Josh, Chad, and Brian. So 6 through 9 are our TLR drivers.
After 1 minute, 4 minutes left. The top drivers are Dan Jefferson,
Those
Launch
guys all working
and tail
together
whip.
out here. Kenny falls back. That's put Dan out in the 1 now. Everyone right there together. Not a lot of separation. Jeff goes through. That's going to move him all the way up into the 4 spot.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jefferson, Launch It, and Tail Whip.
.3:15 on the clock. Dan leading us around. Caution on the off-camber. Caution on the off-camber. Right in the middle, right in the middle. Jeff moving his way all the way up to the 3 spot now. McCall
After
following
2
right behind him.
minutes left, the top drivers are Dan Jefferson, Tail Whip, and Launch It.
Take care of yourself, man. 2:50 on the clock. Caution after the off-camber. Caution at Chad. Caution at Chad. Caution at Chad. Stay inside, stay inside, stay inside, stay inside. Clear. Caution after Karen. Caution, sweeper, sweeper, sweeper. Stay wide, stay wide, stay wide, stay wide. Clear.
After 2 minutes 30 seconds, the top drivers
2:30
are
on the
Dan
clock.
Jefferson, Tail Whip, and Ryan Johnson.
Caution off camber. Caution on the off camber.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Dan Jefferson, Tail Whip, and Ryan Johnson.
.145 now on the clock. Jefferson leading us around. Mike in the 2, Ryan in the 3, Jeff in the 4, Brian in the 5, Eric in the 6, Kenny in the 7, Chad in the 8, Josh in the 9. Caution off camber, right kind of in the middle, right 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 in the middle, clear.
After 3 minutes 30 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Tail Whip, and Ryan Johnson.
Caution Chad, Marshall Chad, caution, stay inside, stay inside, stay inside. .105 on the clock.
After 4 minutes, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Tail Whip, and Ryan Johnson. .45 seconds left.
40 seconds now on the clock. Dan still leads round. Mike in the 2, Ryan in the 3, Jeff in the 4, Jenny in the 5, Eric in the 5, or in the 6, Chad in the 7, Brian in the 8. Dan and Mike both on a 23 lap run.
The top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Tail Whip, and Ryan Johnson.
20 seconds. You'll get 2 more laps.
15 seconds left.
Nicely done, Graydon.
Tail Whip done. Chad Kramer done. Dan Jeppesen done. Launchit done. Brian Marcroft done.
All right. Keep going
Ryan
just cause
Johnson
you're done.
done.
That's a race.
Old Guys Drool done.
Drop your cars out. Get right
All
back out to
drivers are
Marshall.
finished. Oh, Jeffrey done. The race is completed.
Is that? Yeah. All right, 13.5 stadium truck is up. Nicely done, Mike. I'm on the wrong one. No.
1 second, guys. 1 second.
Matt Walls.
All right, check him in, check him in, check him in.
Brad Borneal.
So it's all the way at the
Mike
end, so you
Hudson.
have to go back to the. Let's get Andy across the
SpongeBob.
line. There we go. You ready to go? Bring him around. Line him up. Brad, Mike, Andy, and Matt. Brad, Mike, Andy, and Matt. Here we go. Drivers ready. Corners ready. On the tone, less than 5. We are off and racing for Mod. The fast guys. The fastest of all the cars. 4-wheel modified. I think you have to be slightly insane to drive 4 Mod. But looking at the guys on the driver's stand, just saying.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneal, Mike Hudson, and Matt Walls.
Oh no, we already got a broken one? Watch out on the straight, watch out on the straight. SpongeBob on the straight. All clear now. All right, so Brad
4 minutes left. The top drivers are Brad Borneo,
is
Mike
on
Hudson, and
a
SpongeBob.
23.509. His pace in the first round was a 5:06. He has a fast lap of 13.0. I think he can go faster than that. There we go, 12.9. Everybody had their fast laps that round.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brad
He is
Borneo,
now
Mike
on a
Hudson,
faster
and
pace than
SpongeBob.
his first round, 23.504. Hudson's on a 22.509, knocking SpongeBob down one.
Three minutes after left. 2 minutes 1 second. The top drivers are Brad Borneo, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Once again, appreciate it next week at RC Plus for the finale and awards. And thanks for getting out on the court marshals. We're going to get done early today. Should be done by 4 o'clock. We'll take some podium picks. So please, if
After
you're in the
2
top
minutes,
3,
31
stay
seconds,
around. We'll take the
top
picks
drivers
right
are
after
Brad
the
Borneo,
races.
Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
And Brian Markroft, no, we're not going to be open for practice afterwards. He always wants to run practice after a full day of racing. Two minutes left. 2 minutes.
2 minutes after left. 3 minutes 1 second. The top drivers are Brad Borneo, Mike Hudson,
Borneo
and
is
SpongeBob.
right on a 24-lap run. He's on a flat with a 0.3. This is going to be a little slower this time by. Flat with a 0.6. Just needs a couple good laps here. Just one good lap, and he'll be a 24-lap run. Oops. Went back a little bit there.
After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneo,
Look at that
Mike
old guy
Hudson,
trying to
and
corner
SpongeBob.
marshal. He used to be able to bend down and get that. I know all about that. Come on, Brad. Down to 5:01 again.
1 minute left. After 4 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Brad Borneo, Mike Hudson, and SpongeBob.
Who wants Brad to get a 24-lap run? Let's hear it. Come on. Woo!
45 seconds left.
Yeah. .501 with a 1. You got 30 seconds to pick up a second and a half.
30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Brad
That was a
Borneo,
good lap
Mike
there.
Hudson, and
Oh, yeah.
SpongeBob.
You need a half a second.
15
Oh, yeah,
seconds
this should
left.
do it here. No, 20 with a 2. You need 0.2 of a second. It's like a Formula One race here. 7. Come on. Come on. Get on it.
Brad Borneo done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, bummer. 5-0 with a .123.
Mike Hudson done. SpongeBob done.
So close. So it's going to go Brad, Mike, and Andy.
The race is completed.
All right, Stadium Truck is up next. There we go. All set up, ready to go.
All right, let's go ahead and get drivers checked in. Marshall's out of the track.
Dan Jefferson, Old guys drool.
Can you bring my water bottle?
Tail whip.
The last 17.5, when Zach was running, I didn't know who was first, who was second. We were just like, and then like, that traffic.
You were really good in 2005. Your car looked really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you beat Matt twice.
Yeah.
That mod car is just
Whipping.
insane. It's like coming through here. It's
I know.
rocket ship.
It was like just.
And I'm on shag tires. Those are Jeff's like old pro lines.
Vince Lim.
All right, I need CJ to check in.
CJ Bandito.
All right, I got checks on everyone. Order's gonna go Dan, Eric, Mike, Vince, and CJ. Again, Dan, Eric, Mike, Vince, and CJ. All right, I need a Marshall in the middle still. Marshall in the middle. One more Marshall in the middle, please. Thank you, Ryan. Right in the middle. All right, driver's ready. Marshall's ready. On the tone. Here we go.
Hey, Frederick.
Yeah, 25 or 12.55.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't think I could go that fast.
You straight like cut the corners right there. So it was like a straight line. Like you went up and over.
Yeah, you're just like, you just pull the trigger and you're like, okay, here we go.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Tail Whip, and Vince Lim.
So I can kind of get away with it. All right, Jeff came up and he's like, can you write down your setup for that? He's like, how'd you tune it? I'm like, it was parts I had in my box. What's up? Huh? I think I'm gonna de-anodize everything and just bring it black down. That's what I did. Just high strength oven cleaner.
4
$5.
minutes left. The top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Tail Whip, and Vince Lim.
Jaycon has some stuff like that. Oh yeah, one of not Jaycon. Yeah. The only reason I don't have them is I need color matched on them.
After 1 minute 31 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Tail Whip, and Vince Lim.
Yeah. I have a buddy who got all this with anodized and then he dropped off the face of the earth. Well, yeah, that's what he got. He got the whole setup. You can set this. You got a little variable power supply. I don't, but I can get one.
3 minutes After left. 2 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Tail Whip, and Vince Lim. After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Tail Whip, and Old Guys Drool. Two minutes left. After 3 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Old Guys Drool, and Vince Lim.
.145 on the clock. Dan lead us around. Eric in the 2, Vince in 3, Mike in 4, CJ in the 5. Everyone's spaced out now by a couple seconds. Closest battle right now between Eric and Vince. They are 0.3 seconds back. That's going to be the battle to watch. Yeah, it's just. I love mod.
After 3 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Old Guys Drool, and Vince Lim.
You can see that in the grid. There's like 3 that are doing it. It's so fun. I've done it. It's best. But I've sold both my 4 wheels because I drive them for a little bit. The last one I raced it 1 time. I built it, made it all pretty, did all stuff to it, raced it 1 time. I was like, okay, I love driving.
1
it,
minute left.
hate working on it.
After 4 minutes 2 seconds,
That's why I
the
sold
top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Old Guys Drool, and Vince
50
Lim.
seconds on the clock. Dan's still leading us around. Everyone's still gapped out by now over a second. Battle watch still between Eric and
45
Vince.
seconds left.
40 seconds. It's not over yet. Anything can happen.
"30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jeppesen, Old Guys Drool, and Vince Lim.
15 seconds.
15 seconds left.
Straight away, straight away, straight away. Stay inside, stay inside. Clear. 3 seconds. Everyone's still alive.
CJ Bandito done. Old Guys Drool done. Dan Jeppesen done. Tail
All
Whip
right,
done.
that's the race. Drop your cars off.
All
Get right
drivers
back
are
out to
finished.
Marshall. 21.5 is up.
Vince Lim done. The race is completed.
All right. Let's get Marshall out to the track.
Graydon
Drivers up to
Edwards.
stand. Good run, Dan. Good run.
Terry Brown.
Vince, I thought you were going to have him there. I thought you were going to have him there.
Seth Rhodes. Andrew Tuttle. Track Daddy. Kenny Crawford.
Yeah. That's stadium truck for you, though. If you land them right, they're fine, but if you're even slightly off, they bobble pretty bad. All right, let's waiting on Matt and Fred to check in here. I need marshals. I need marshals. Eric, if I could get you to the center, please. Then can I have you at the other end of the driver's stand?
Fred Williams. Yoder.
All right. Then I will need one more marshal in the middle. One more marshal in the middle. All right. Mike, can you cover the middle section? All right. Orders: Graydon, Terry, Eric, Seth, Matt, Andrew, Kenny, and Fred. Again, Graydon, Terry, Eric, Seth, Matt, Andrew, Kenny, and Fred. You guys can line up around the back corner. You don't need to go parallel with people. Mike, do you mind helping them? They can go Graydon, Terry, Eric, Seth, Matt, Andrew, Kenny, and Fred. There should be 2 behind the pink car. Thank you. All right, drivers ready, marshals ready, on the tone, here we go. Caution off camber, caution off camber. So no real position change off the start of the race so far.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Yoder.
It's a battle to watch right now between Eric, Seth, and Andrew.
After 1 minute,
4 minutes left.
The top drivers are
Great
Graydon
leading us around.
Edwards,
Terry
Terry
out in the
Brown,
2,
and
Matt in the
Yoder.
3, Seth in the 4, Andrew in the 5, Fred in the 6, Eric in the 7, Kenny in the 8. So Matt working his way up in that 3 spot, trying to close that gap a little bit. Caution.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and
All
Seth
right,
Rhodes.
Matt, you're going to have the leader coming up on you here in a sec. Please let him by. You guys are good. Caution on the back, caution in the back, caution in the back. Continued caution, continued caution. Clear.
3 minutes
After
left.
2
minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown,
You're going
and
to have the
Seth
leader
Rhodes.
coming up on you here in a sec, Andrew. Stay on your line, stay consistent. We have Graydon on the 1, Terry in the 2, Seth in 3, Andrew in the 4, Eric in the 5, Matt in the 6, Fred in the 7, Kenny in the 8.
After 2
2:30 on the
minutes
clock. Keep
31
it smooth,
seconds,
keep it
the
consistent.
top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown, and Seth Rhodes.
Looks like Eric goes through. That's going to put him up to that 4 spot now. All right, Eric now up in the 4. Got to chase down Seth. Seth's caught up at Chad. I know that's
2
Graydon's caught
minutes
up at
left.
Chad.
3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Terry Brown,
He's still
and
got
Seth
enough
Rhodes.
lead right now, though. Battle to watch right now between Eric and Andrew. Andrew taps out. 1:40 on the clock. Keep it smooth. Keep it slow. Consistency will win you this one.
After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Seth Rhodes, and Terry Brown.
Up next, Stock Buggy C-Main. Caution after the center feature.
1 minute left. After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Graydon Edwards, Seth Rhodes,
Straightaway,
and Terry
straightaway,
Brown.
straightaway, straightaway. Behind the cone, behind the cone.
"45 seconds left.
Keep it smooth, keep it clean, keep it consistent. You got 45 seconds on the clock.
"30 seconds left. After
Go,
4
go, go,
minutes
go, go.
31 seconds, the top drivers are Graydon
Caution at
Edwards,
associate banner,
Seth Rhodes,
caution at the
and Terry
associated
Brown.
banner. Stay inside, stay inside. Stay inside, clear.
15 seconds left.
Caution at the infield, caution
Yoder
at the
done.
infield. Caution
Graydon
Karen,
Edwards
caution at
done.
Karen.
Kenny Crawford done. Seth Rhodes done. Terry Brown done. Track Daddy done. Fred Williams done.
All right, that's
All
a
drivers
race.
are finished.
Drop your cars
Andrew
off, get
Tuttle
right
done.
back out to Marshall.
The race is completed.
All right, we're looking for Devon, Don, Josh, and Robert.
Josh Huber, Robert Herrick, Devin, Don Chambliss,
All right, got checks on everyone. No speed. Order's going to go Devon, Don, Josh, and Robert. All right. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. On the tone. Here we go.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Don Chambliss, Devin, and Josh Huber.
Four minutes on the clock. Don out in the 1, Devon in 2, Josh in 3, Robert in the 4. Everyone
After 1
separated
minute
by a
left,
few
the
seconds
top
here.
drivers are Don Chambliss, Devin, and Josh Huber. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Devin, Don Chambliss, and Josh Huber.
.310 on the clock. Everyone's separated by about 2 or more seconds right now. Caution on the off camber.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Don Chambliss, Devin, and Josh Huber.
Continue caution, continue caution.
After 2 minutes 30 seconds, the top drivers are Don Chambliss, Devin, and Josh Huber.
.205 on the clock.
2 minutes after left. 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Don Chambliss, Devin, and Josh Huber.
.140 on the clock.
After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Devin, Don Chambliss, and Robert Herrick.
.1 minute.
1 minute left. After 4 minutes 1 second, The top drivers are Devin, Don Chambliss, and Robert Herrick. 45 seconds left. "30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Devin, Don Chambliss, and Robert Herrick.
15 seconds.
15 seconds left. Robert Herrick done. Devin done. All drivers
All
are
right,
finished.
that's the race.
Don Chambliss done. Josh Huber done. The race is completed.
All right. Two-wheel drive stock buggy B main is up. Looking for Brian, David, Chad, Ryan, CJ, Eric, Woody, and Leighton. He said he was tired. I think he was frustrated. He was
Chad Kramer.
yeah, because he drove pretty good.
David Minner. Leighton Lederer. Eric Rosen. Ryan Johnson. Woody Arthur. Brian Campbell. CJ Bandito.
I got checks on everyone. No speed, no speed. Hey, Kevin, can you start this one so I can? Okay. All right, I got the marshal out of the track. Order's gonna go Brian, David, Chad, Ryan, CJ, Eric, Woody, and Leighton. Again, Brian, David, Chad, Ryan, CJ, Eric, Woody, and Leighton.
All right, here we go. Drivers ready, corners ready. On the tone in less than 5. Here we go, B main. Oh boy. Plenty of time. You got 4 minutes, 45 seconds left.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brian Campbell, Chad Kramer, and Eric Rosen.
There's one in the middle. Devon, somebody got to get that car.
After 1 minute, 4 minutes left, the top drivers are Chad Kramer, Brian Campbell, and Ryan Johnson.
Just remember, if you wrecked, it's on you. It's not on the corner marshal. Keep that in mind. So we will be taking top 3 photos of all the classes. Top 3. If you're in the top 3, please stay around.
After 1
Only
minute
a
30
few more
seconds,
races, 2 more
the
races
top drivers
actually.
are Chad Kramer, Brian Campbell, and Woody Arthur.
So Chad out front, 21.510. Brian in the 2. Woody in the 3. And then it goes Minner, Johnson, Rosen, and CJ. You got it? You going? What? You got it? You going?
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Chad Kramer, Brian Campbell, and
3
Ryan
minutes
Johnson.
on the clock. 2:55. Chad leading us around. Brian in the 2, Ryan 3, David in the 4, Eric in the 5, Woody in the 6, CJ in the 7, Leighton in the 8. 13.634 is the fast lap out of Ryan. Chad, though, out in the 1. Current pace 21.511. Gap between 1 and 2, 2.9 seconds. Everyone's spaced out by about 3 seconds or so right now. Not a lot of close battles.
After 2 minutes 30 seconds, the top drivers are Chad Kramer, Brian Campbell, and Ryan Johnson.
Two minutes on the clock.
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Chad Kramer, Brian Campbell, and Ryan Johnson.
.140 on the clock. Chad leading us around. Brian 2, Ryan 3, David in the 4, Eric in the 5, Woody in the 6, CJ in the 7, Leighton in the 8. Top 2 drivers both on a 21 lap pace gap between 1 and 2. 3 seconds. Caution, straightaway, straightaway, straightaway. Stay wide, stay wide, stay wide, stay wide.
After
Clear.
3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Brian Campbell, Chad Kramer, and Ryan Johnson.
120 on the clock. Everyone now gapped out by about 3 to 5 seconds. Closest battle between Woody and CJ right now.
One minute left. After 4 minutes 1 second,
Caution,
the
after the
top
caution,
drivers
after
are
the
Brian
speed.
Campbell, Chad Kramer, and Ryan Johnson. .45 seconds left. .30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Brian Campbell, Chad Kramer, and Ryan Johnson.
20 seconds on the clock. Brian still leads us around. Chad in the 2 spot. 7.5
seconds
seconds
left.
back. Close battle to watch till the finish. That'll be David and Ryan. Ryan in that 3 spot. 5 seconds on the clock. This will be the last lap.
Chad Kramer done. CJ Bandito done. Ryan Johnson done. Brian Campbell done. Woody Arthur done. Eric Rosen done.
Track still alive, track still alive.
David
We have
Miller
to
done.
go across the line. No? Okay.
The race is completed.
All right, two-wheel drive 17.5 buggy is up.
Launch it. Dan Jefferson. Old Guys Drool. Graydon Edwards. Josh McCall. Terry Brown. Tail Whip. Vince Lim.
All right, got checks on everyone. No speed, no speed. Straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. Order is going to go Kenny, Josh, Dan, Mike, Eric, Vince, Graydon, and Terry. Again, Kenny, Josh, Dan, Mike, Eric, Vince, Graydon, and Terry. Kenny, Josh, Dan, Mike, Eric, Vince, Graydon, and Terry. All right, drivers, are you ready? Marshals, are you ready? On the tone. Caution coming through Karen. That's clear. Fight to watch between Graydon and Terry. Caution on the back at the AE banner. Caution in the back of the AE banner.
After 30 seconds, the top drivers are Josh McCall, Dan
It is
Jefferson,
not
and
over
Old
though. There is
Guys
still
Drool.
4 minutes and 30 seconds on that clock. Caution after the center jump. Caution after the center feature.
After 1 minute, 4 minutes, the
Caution
top
down straight,
drivers are
caution
Dan
down straight,
Jefferson,
clear.
Launch It, and Josh McCall.
.335 on that clock.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Dan Jefferson, Launch It, and Josh McCall.
Dan leading us around. Kenny in the 2, Josh in the 3, Vince in the 4, Terry in the 5, Mike in the 6, Eric in the 7, Grade in the 8, 3:11 on the clock. Kenny goes into the 1 now. Dan down to the 2. This will be the battle to watch.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Launch It,
They got 3 minutes
Dan
on the
Jefferson,
clock.
and Josh McCall.
Caution Chad, caution Chad, caution at the wagon, caution at the wagon. Clear. Caution off camber, clear.
After 2 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Launch It, Dan Jefferson, and Josh McCall.
.220 on that clock. Kenny leading us around.
After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Launch It, Dan Jefferson, and Josh McCall.
150 on the clock. Caution at the off camber, caution at the off camber, right in the center, right in the center. Minute 35.
After 3 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Launch It, Dan Jefferson, and Josh McCall.
They're going to go faster anyways. They'll give you a better line to chase. At least he's being courteous though, and not getting
1 minute left. After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Launch It, Dan Jefferson, and Josh McCall.
I'd rather him race clean than anything else. What?
45 seconds left.
But he didn't give up again. He flustered. He got it together though. So.
30 seconds left. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Launch It, Dan Jefferson, and Josh McCall.
10's faster than Terry.
15 seconds left.
15 seconds on the clock.
Tail Whip done. Old Guys Drool done. Graydon Edwards done. Vince Lim done. Launch It done. Josh McCall done.
Track's still live, track's still live.
Dan Jefferson done. All drivers are finished.
I'm going to need a volunteer to
Brown
call
done.
this next race, please.
The race is completed.
All right, last race of the day. Top three, stick around, get your picture taken. Thank you, Marshals. One at the end of the driver's stand. Thank you, Vince.
Mike Hudson. SpongeBob.
Let's wait for our racers to
Lil
get
Puttin.
checked in.
Matt Walls. Roger Same. Fearless Leader. Brad Borneal. Austin Hudson.
Check on all of our racers. Complete. All right, we got a couple laps in at it, everybody. We're going to line you guys up. No more speed down the straight of way. Brad in the 1, Roger 2, Alexander 3. We're going to put SpongeBob in the 4, Austin 5, Kevin 6, Mike 7, Matt Caboose. Find my mouse. There he is. Marshals, be quick, fast, and hurry. Watch your corner, not the race. Racers going live. Lesson 5. Borneo with a big target on his back. Got Roger. Got Alexander right there with him. Then it's going to be Kevin, Mike,
After
Matt,
30 seconds, the
Andy,
top
and
drivers
Austin.
are Brad
Your
Borneal,
race
Roger
order,
Same,
lap
and Lil Puttin.
2. Brad, not quite a second ahead of Roger. Alexander all over Roger.
After 1 minute, 4 minutes left, the top drivers are Brad Borneal,
Thank
Roger
you,
Same,
Sponge. You
and
got
Lil
second
Puttin.
and third coming up behind you in a couple corners as well. Those guys are racing it out. Oh, Brad on his lid in the off camber. It's going to let Roger and Alex capitalize. Now that's a battle for the lead.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Roger Same, Lil Puttin, and Brad Borneal.
Alexander sticking with him. Not giving him any breathing. Oh, Roger gets it wrong after that big double there. Trying to find Brad. Where's he at? There he is, right there. Now that's a battle for a second between Roger and Brad. Alex on his lid. Oh, gonna let Roger get around
3
him.
minutes
Hurry
left.
up, Marshall,
2
Marshall,
minutes, 1
Marshall.
second. The top drivers are Lil Puttin, Roger Same, and Brad Borneal.
Bomber Alex dropping to 3. Roger to 1. Brad to 2. Where's Roger at? Roger taking over the win or the lead. There's
After 2
Brad
minutes
right there.
31
Okay.
seconds, the top drivers are Roger Same, Brad Borneal, and Lil Puttin.
Coming around the waterfall. Coming down the straight, Roger, Brad, 1.3 seconds behind him. Then Alex right there with him, 1 second behind Brad. 3 down, 2 to go.
2 minutes left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Roger Same, Brad Borneal, and Lil Putton.
Roger, your race leader, coming around the wagon wheels. Got Sponge in front of him. Think he's Sponge. Gonna have Matt right in front of you, Matt. Oh, straight away. That was Roger, your leader, getting upset. 1.5 minutes left in this one.
After 3 minutes 31
Roger
seconds,
still holding the
the top
2-second
drivers
lead
are
over
Roger Same,
Brad.
Brad Borneal, and Lil Putton.
Now it's 1.2 second lead over Brad with that boggle down the straightaway. See where he's at when he crosses the line here. One second. Alexander's 4 seconds behind the
1
leaders.
minute left. After 4 minutes
1
2
minute
seconds,
left to
the
go.
top drivers are Roger Same, Brad
Roger.
Borneal, and Lil Putton.
Brad battling it out, coming across the wagon wheel.
45 seconds left.
Down the straightaway, Roger has it. Brad wants it. Coming up on you, Sponge. Thank you, Sponge. Thank you, Mike. Battle for the lead right here.
30 seconds left. After 4 minutes
30
32
seconds left to go.
The top drivers are Roger Same, Brad Borneal, and Lil Putton.
Roger got
15
Brad
seconds
all
left.
over, pushing his buttons. Can he handle the pressure? Nice clean laps out of your leaders. Watch out, Kevin. Oh. Nice,
Matt
Roger.
Walls done.
Sneak back
Mike
into the
Hudson
lead.
done.
Nice driving, Brad.
SpongeBob done. Austin Hudson done. Fearless Leader done. Roger Same done. Brad
That's a
Borneal done.
race.
All drivers are finished.
Roger,
Putton done.
23.510. Brad with a 23.510. Austin, 22.507. Thank you, racers, for coming out for round 3. Next Saturday, round 4, plus trophies. Woohoo! If you're in contention, come on down.
The race is completed.